For me, unfortunately, I have a science background. I know this book will not lift itself without energy.
Yeah.
It will never happen. But here are witches flying, a number of them, on a winnowing basket. No, not a broom like whites do. Then I say, why don't our universities investigate that energy? They are busy condemning it's witchcraft. Then I said, okay, you remove the witch and remain with the craft to study it. Our gift is spirituality. You can hit a fellow now who is in Britain, and we have always been wireless. They are discovering this wireless recently. It's something new in the Western world, but we have always been doing it. And I've always said, when it is Joseph dreaming in Egypt for the pharaohs, and it's written in the Bible, oh, it's Hallelujah chorus. They love that. But when it's me,
what do you think is the problem of Africa?
the problem of Africa is going beyond mental colonization, because it's all mental. You have to be. It's easy to get a gun, fire at the white man, and he runs away. But has he run away? He remains in your mind. So have you chased him? You have not. He's still there. You need to read, to cleanse the mind. And that's the process I term liberation. There hasn't been a liberation in Africa.
So the liberation of the mindset.
Of the mind. That you see yourself as someone not inferior to another race. No. Problem is, some of these young fellows are not reading enough to discover African discoveries, the things that we started, the science that we had in Africa. They don't see it. They think it's all new. In African culture, they can't see the science that is there. That's the problem. There's a lot of it, everything, but people will accept that Africa is the cradle of humanity. So if it is, everything started here. The problem is Africans are quarreling. Some are proudly Lusophone, proudly Anglophone, proudly Francophone. All these are useless things. These are useless things. You need to be an African. I see when my favorite people in that part of the world where you come from are the Dogon. I like their philosophy, where they have the dog star, for example. The dog star has a 60-year cycle. And they know it. There's a priest dedicated to see the time when the dog star will come. And they saw it ahead of NASA. But Africa doesn't know these proud stories of their ancients to derive pride, and it becomes a source of motivation. But if you don't know these, you think it's all that there is in Africa is demonism, things to be denigrated, despised. That's what Africa is used to, good for nothing. And so you allow people to come and dictate the form of government, the form of religion, everything, which is not even Africa. You see, that's the problem. There will come a time, it's not going to be immediate, but I can assure you it's coming, and that revolution will be led by people who are spiritual. Not these people who do not have some spiritual drive in them. Because the people who suffered are the ancients. The way they relate to us now is through spirituality. They still communicate with us. If I tell you the chevron design.
What are these triangles that we see, or should I even call them triangles?
Yes, you are right to call them triangles because these are symbolic, they are representative, but we need right from the outset to establish exactly what we mean. Okay. And for that, I'll stand up so that I demonstrate.
Okay.
Now, what you are calling a triangle actually is this part.
Okay.
not just part of a man. Yes, a man also has it, but it's essentially that part of woman.
Okay.
Right. So either you can perceive it as a triangle or as an open V, like this. It's the same. You can have that line, making it a triangle, isosceles triangle, or it is an open V. Right. But that we are going to call, that triangle is a chevron icon 1.
Okay.
Chevron icon or chevron symbol. You're going to find it everywhere in Africa. I remember we were at a cultural conference in Algiers some years back. Then I was moving from country to country asking, what does chevron mean? The fellows had no clue at all. And my ancestors had told me. The very ancestors, if you mention ancestors, you are then seen to be very primitive, very demonic. Why? Why dream? Because ancestors communicate with us through dreams. And I've always said, when it is Joseph dreaming in Egypt for the pharaohs, and it's written in the Bible, oh, it's hallelujah chorus. They love that. But when it's me, it's demons. Then I say, but if your grandfather was a demon, you are a demon too. It's as simple as that. A frog begets a frog. A lizard begets a lizard. So if you say we are our ancestors are demons and they beget us, so we are demons. You can't see that. These are Africans, heavily brainwashed. That's the tragedy of Africa.
What is your view on Pan-Africanism?
Pan-Africanism has to be clarified. If you push the political agenda and end there, you go nowhere. It is not politics that ought to be uniting us. We are united even before politics. It is Pan-African view of the world. I am, so we are. That togetherness, that spirit of being together. I think somebody sent me some few sayings which I thought sound great to me. On alone, I smile. Together, we laugh. I said, that sounds great. Alone, I say. Together, we talk. Alone, I enjoy. Together, we celebrate. There were 3. I said, that's African. That's what Pan-African, not a shared blackness, a shared residence on the same continent means nothing. That means nothing. But how we are a people who are conservation conscious. But today they will tell you, yeah, doing this. No. We are conservation conscious because of our spirituality. Our spirituality says we are related to trees, we are related to all animals, and we thrive on them. Our sustenance is guaranteed by the environment, and environment with the plants. So water becomes critical, rain becomes critical, and we have dances that sort of induce rains to fall. Without rain, if for 5 years, 5 consecutive years, there's no rain, there will be no life. It's as simple as all that. It's as simple as 5 years, no rains. Mother Earth is the source of sustenance. Our own mothers must be breastfed by this Mother Earth, who is female, by the way. And that's what Africa knows. Whether you are in Nigeria, the Akan, you are the Dogon in Mali, you all know this is Mother Earth. And we respect mothers. You see, people have been made to believe science is not culture. It can't be anything else. It is culture, because science is not natural.
But when you see an African commanding rain, we think it's evil.
Yes, that is what the African has believed. Last week, I was at Njelele. The hill that you see there, that's our fertility shrine. This is where last week we were recording the goings on there. Because there's an African lady in the United States who wants to show her fellow students and lecturers that in Africa we have ways of inducing rain. The problem comes when people think everything African has to rely on medicine, for example. No, for us it's symbolism, symbolic manipulation. It's critically important for us to understand here is a certain condition. You reproduce that condition elsewhere. You symbolically manipulate. You are Africans. There was a time when he was reminding me, and I'll still do it, to understand what I term African, ancient African science.
Hi, I'm Dave Meany, Vice President of North American Sales for ECS Incorporated. In this Quartz Resonator Series video, I will answer the question, what is resonant frequency? Resonant frequency is the oscillation of a system at its natural or unforced resonance. Resonance occurs when a system is able to store and easily transfer energy between different storage modes, such as kinetic energy or potential energy, as you would find with a simple pendulum. Most systems have one resonant frequency and multiple harmonic frequencies that get progressively lower in amplitude as they move away from the center. In the case of a quartz resonator, the resonant frequency is the desired frequency of oscillation that you want to achieve. There are two methods of using resonant frequencies to derive a clock. Crystals operating at or below 50 megahertz are referred to as resonating at their fundamental or natural frequency, shown in red on the graph. When producing clocks that need to generate frequencies above 50 megahertz, you're taking advantage of harmonic frequencies. Harmonics are multiples of the fundamental frequency, shown in the graph as second, third, fourth, and fifth harmonics. As an example, a third harmonic would be 3 times the original frequency. In this case, the fundamental frequency of 110 hertz times 3 equals 330 hertz. You can isolate and amplify the harmonics to give you a higher, cleaner frequency than you would if you multiplied the original. This opens up the available frequency spectrum to quartz-based resonators. For help with determining the right crystal for your application, please contact ECS Incorporated Tech Support or visit our website for helpful tools like our parametric search and part number builder. Thanks for watching.
this is where witchcraft belongs. I thought I was going to research witchcraft. Then I realized, no, I'm not right. What the witches are making use of is a very ancient science, which has been denigrated. We are told, and you read on internet, a witch has been grounded because there were some anti-ballistic missiles that were meant to bring down this witch. But for me, fortunately, I have a science background. I know this book will not lift itself without energy.
Yeah.
It will never happen. But here are witches flying, a number of them, on a winnowing basket.
Yeah.
No, not a broom like whites do. For us, it's a winnowing basket in this part of the world. Then I say, why don't our universities investigate that energy? They are busy condemning it's witchcraft. Then I said, okay, you remove the witch and remain with the craft to study it. Don't tell us about witchcraft. Deal with the craft on its own, the science. Where is that energy coming from? We need energy. This is why Boko Haram being sponsored by people there too. It's because of critical resources that I have. If you look at all areas of conflict in Africa, I always say, look under the feet. What's there? That's the answer. Under the feet, there is oil. If certainly our cars were not to use oil, the politics would change dramatically. You won't even have the Boko Haram and some other funny group there who are sponsored by the very people who condemn them. Money has bought they're bought with money. But the important thing is conflict is induced by people who wanted resources, enslaved the African for over 400 years. They still want those resources. They will give you other reasons, but it will be tantamount to getting the same resources that they've all. Politics is driven by resources because they are not infinite. Resources are finite. And Africa has too many of them. And Africa will have too many problems. When Africa says we have discovered oil in Zimbabwe, for me it's not something to be happy about. No, it means there will be conflict now because they will want that oil.
That doesn't mean that the abundance of resources that we have in Africa is also a curse to Africans?
Correct. That's what is happening. It is. But Africa needs to make you... you see, we have gifts. I believe the white man is very mechanical, he's concrete, he's physical, he's material. In that regard, it's difficult to beat him. But what has happened, our gift has been demonized. Our gift is spirituality. You can hit a fellow now who is in Britain. And we have always been wireless. They are discovering this wireless recently. It's something new in the Western world. But we have always been doing it. Through incantation, through the spoken word, through verse, we send a spell. And that spell is wireless. So that is the ancient African science that I want to do before I join my ancestors. That to me is very important. How are we able to do that?
I want to know your definition for Africa.
Africa is the cradle of humanity. Africa is the one that has interpretations to all the monuments that are in the world. That I discovered when someone in Britain, who I don't know, I found a book written from the author with something to Patisanyati, but I didn't know that author. Then I started reading. Then I saw the African mind. So to me, the ancients shared a common worldview. That I do not doubt. Whether I've studied the Incas, I've studied the Aztec, I've studied the Mayas, I've studied the Tokon. Then I went to that place in Britain. I saw the African mind. I saw secularity. I saw the meaning of stone, which some of us place on their graves because we believe in the duality of being. that when I look at you, I see the physical body, the material body. But beyond that, there is a spirit which is everlasting and is represented by stone. So stone therefore represents eternity through its solidity, its resistance to weathering. You see, that's African knowledge. I didn't read these things from someone's book. No, I observe. I've always said nature is the best teacher in this world. You only need to observe nature objectively. It will teach you more than anybody else in this world.
With whatever you're saying, which means an African has lost it. But when did an African lose all this?
The African lost it when he got into contact with other people. He didn't lose it when he was alone. When did he get into contact with other people? For the African, it was a terrible contact, a terrible situation, which began to change his worldview. Initially, remember, it was the Europeans who were coming to Africa. It was the Arabs coming to Africa. The Arabs, the Moors, were enslaving the people. Once you have a people enslaving you, they are teaching you something, that probably your ways are inferior. And this will be my argument again, when perhaps, but before I get to that, after enslaving activities of the Arabs from the East Coast, then taking the black man as his worker to Arabia, that was the beginning. You question yourself. Now I'm working for them. Africa was losing that sense of independence. Independence, not political independence. Yes, political independence, but economic independence is critically important. Political independence in isolation means nothing. You can have your independence, but you will have your poverty doubled, tripled, quadrupled. This is what is happening. What you need, when I look at my own background, within our own household, we were independent, hardly looking for items from other people. We were growing our crops. We knew how to get meal out of our sorghum grain. So and then we were providing the labor as young children. But now I looked at my children, I do remember making a comment. My children are parasites and protected by some stupid law. If I say, let's go and plow, they say child abuse. That's how they defeat you, child abuse. But we were working. One, we were economically productive. We were herding our father's cattle. We were plowing. We were driving the Scotch cart, transporting things. It was us doing it. So we're making some economic contribution as children. But now they tell us, that's child abuse. And what is important is some of these fellows were not coming deep into the land or inland. Africans we have always had Africans who become accomplices to any project evil. We still have them in abundance today. It's very clear. They are very smart, but they are working with the people who undermine us, people who want to ensure we remain slaves at all times. And we have such people who are political leaders. This is why I said, the day Africa shall be transformed, the war, the campaign, the crusade will be led by spiritual people, because it will be ancestors. And I can tell you now, the 400 years that in Christianity they talk about, the children of Israel, in Africa, we are at that period. I'm telling you about the Portuguese. From the time of the Portuguese to today is 400 years. And Africa is on the verge of reclaiming her lost glory, when Africa will once again embrace a new consciousness, an Africa that is not ashamed of their spirituality, that their ways were pagan, their ways that are demonic. Our ways are our ways, and we should be proud of them. What is unfair is you are being told about other people's standards. In political terms, in economic terms, it's them dictating. But Africa just whimpers like some little dog in the cold. It's terrible. That's what we need to change. Africans who are not ashamed, Africans who can say, yes, we are Africans, we don't regard anybody else as a reference point. Our humanity doesn't need to be authenticated by other people. Look at what was happening, and people were losing that pride. And they're being shipped like sardines. In West Africa, we still have, it's a pity I haven't been to West Africa to see, even on the Zambezi River, I'm told there were structures where Africans were being collected, shipped out there to work. Then later on, they realized, this is an economic, carrying the African from the continent thousands of miles to get to the Caribbean islands, to get to the Brazil, to the United States of America. No, let's establish our factories on the continent itself, where labor is, so they come. But how do you do that? Through colonization. So colonization means now you have the source of labor, the African is there, the factory is there, but what is produced has no beneficiation at all. Now, what you have is a ready market. You change the African in terms of his taste.
Yeah.
He prefers cereals that have come from Brazil, maize, which is not adapted to the African continent. So we had that self-sufficiency, which we lost. With our unpredictable weather, maize doesn't do that well. But our people love everything white.
Do you think Africa got friends?
Africa got convenient friends. They were friends for convenience.
Is it friends with benefit or friends?
In normal circumstances, where there is genuine friendship, there must be mutual benefit. If you are my friend, there's something that you benefit from me.
Exactly.
Similarly, I benefit something from you.
Exactly.
That is what it ought to be. But our friends today, and they are coming, they are interested in the resources. It's not friendship per se, it's what they get. And it looks better in that it doesn't come as naked colonialism, but it's still a colonial relationship in that they are getting our raw materials, no beneficiation on the African continent itself. They go there. When they come back to us, higher prices because there's been beneficiation outside of Africa. Africa is the market. So we are the market, and the items, the goods from the resources on the African continent, the manufacturing process, beneficiation process, and went on elsewhere. And then they come to us, they are good consumers. And to get good consumers, you need to work on the African mind, to begin to prefer things exotic. If you look at Zimbabwe, we are more than happy to receive items that are coming from South Africa, for example, from Europe and elsewhere. Their own things are despised. That's working on the mind. That is creating a market. That's good for the fellow who has manufactured. And they're getting foreign currency by developing the mind of an African to despise what is African, what is Zimbabwean, in preference for things that are foreign, exotic.
Since we don't have mental liberation, does it mean Africa is not liberated?
It's not. No. Did you think it is? Africa has independence. Independence was a golden opportunity to then seek liberation, where we would have sat down and said, what did colonialism do to us? What damage did it bring about? Serious meeting, but as I always say, we were too happy to get into the shoes of the colonizer. That's what we did. That's not liberation. Liberation is mental. What we did was something physical, something external, driving the white man out of our neighborhood, but remaining with him in your mind. It's controlling. The mind now, I think if you read my biography, I can't remember exactly what I called it. In other words, the people who are driving that are the Africans themselves. So they planted something in us. And now, without them, we continue to do as if they are around.
So what is being planted is growing.
Is growing, self-perpetuation. European nations took thousands of years to get to where they are now, at their own pace, with no one dictating the direction and pace. They got rid of their kings. Then they became titular. But our king was forcibly removed when we still loved the king. They should have allowed us to enjoy our kingship, beat our drums. We were going to, like them, get tired at some point. Then we are serious. Because what they did means the king is not there. When I become the president of an African country, I want to behave like a king. Yes, because they drove the king. What history have I got other than knowledge of a monarch? That's what I know. That's our heritage. So I become like one. And the emphasis is on ruling instead of leading. That's why I said, I don't want rulers. I prefer leaders.
Do we have leaders in Africa?
There are very few, if any. They are rulers. Ukubusa, kutonga, in some of our languages in Zimbabwe. Let us define our democracy.
What is your definition for democracy?
I will argue that democracy is doing what we understand, what we like, what we have legitimated as a people. That to me is democratic. But it may sound very undemocratic to other people. Democracy is never universal. It is a term of convenience, very convenient. When they want regime change, they will talk about democracy. But look, we know people who were despots, DRC, for example, but they loved him. So an African leader is not hated by Westerners because he's undemocratic. Forget it. It's not like that. It is because he's not opening his country to exploitation. That's all. That's what they are saying. When you are democratic, allow us to loot the resources from you. You are very democratic when you're like. That's democracy. Africa does not need to be taught by these people.
Yep.
For example, when it comes to conservation of resources, we were the people, and this was spiritually dictated to us. And we found ourselves willingly conserving nature because we said that tree is life. Now, look at the language. The language will teach you a lot. One day, I was getting home, and I didn't have a car, my usual car. Then my nephew says, Kulu, Kulu means grandfather in our language. Who killed your car? Do you see? I said, yeah, this is important. I think he was about 5 years old then. So one is that a car, just like glass, has a life. In English, to say a glass has died does not make sense. But in African languages, I want to believe it's the same with your language.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the glass has died. When a language is lost, what is being lost is our way of life, our philosophy, our cosmology, our ideology. All that is being lost. And therefore, losing our culture, we are losing a lot. As a result, we cannot defend anything African because we do not understand it. When I started writing, moving into the arts, I started with cultural practices. Years later, I discovered I was missing it. Then I made a shift. Now I was concentrating on that which underpins the practice. Then you begin to appreciate African culture in a better way. Instead of, when I look at a dance, I see important relationships. I see stars, the movement of cosmic bodies. When an African dances, the wriggling, I think I was looking at some West African women. This is true of all women in Africa. The waist, they even tie some clothes around so that they exaggerate the movement. But what's special there? That's creation, procreation. This is where it happens within the womb of mother. This is the interpretation of the chevron design. It's a female icon. It's a woman. Okay, we've spoken. We will finish tomorrow. Underpins the practice. Then you begin to appreciate African culture in a better way. Instead of, when I look at a dance, I see important relationships. I see stars, the movement of cosmic bodies. When an African dances, the wriggling, I think I was looking at some West African women. This is true of all women in Africa. The waist, they even tie some clothes around so that they exaggerate the movement. But what's special there? That's creation, procreation. This is where it happens within the womb of mother. This is the interpretation of the chevron design. It's a female icon. It's a woman. Okay, we've spoken. We will finish tomorrow.
Only the most broken people can be great leaders.
His people did not call him general or king. They called him Kukul Khan, the feather serpent god. Killing him will risk eternal war.
He's coming.
surface world.
We know what you whisper. They have lost their protector. Now is our time to strike. Show them who we are.
So you think Africa needs industrial revolution?
It does. But before industrial revolution, you need a mental revolution. Without a mental revolution, you can't drive an industrial revolution.
If you had a chance to change one thing in Africa, what would it be?
It would be seeking to change their belief system, building confidence in themselves, because it is that which is going to change their attitude, so that they see themselves as people equal to other people. If there is any weakness in us, it is not because we are black. That I refuse. Color is only skin deep, or even less than skin deep. So that is not a problem. The problem is here. It is in the mind. When you perceive yourself as inferior, you will act accordingly. So that would be the first thing. Build confidence in the people, know your history, the things that our people achieved. Some people don't know much about Africa, the discoveries that were made in Africa. If perhaps they access to those, they got to know, it will give them inspiration, motivation, and build their shattered egos. In our schools, we are not teaching that. We are still perpetuating this colonial education which sees Africans as having achieved next to nothing.
We had an insightful conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
But there's one thing you never told me about yourself, who you are, and what you really represent.
I'm Patisa Nyati. Patisa Nyati is a historical name. Historical in the sense that in our culture, you don't just pick up a name from a basket with very little meaning. In our culture, names have a meaning, they have a context. Sometimes they carry wishes, they carry prayers. In my case, Patisa meant we are just following others. We are not very certain if this venture is going to succeed. What venture was that? My mother used to be scary. So they come to a point where they no longer were certain they were going to have children with my father. That's the origin. So I siyaphathisa nje abanye. Siyahamba, but not very sure if this child is going to survive. But today I'm celebrating 70 years being a resident on planet Earth. So it means the child survived where others failed to make it. Where we are right now, this is Makokoba. It's the oldest African township in Bulawayo, built in 1894 and was the only one for a long time until 1945. Then the second one, which is Mzilikazi Township, was the second to be built. So I love history, I love culture, I love performing arts, but more importantly is to understand African thought, African cosmology, African beliefs, and African philosophy. We are not Africans because we live on the African continent. Nor are we Africans because we are black. No, it's all about the worldview. It's about the way we relate to each other as human beings, one, how we relate to environment, and that environment is terrestrial, but it is also cosmic.
How important is African spirituality to Africans?
It is very important because it is the one that has power of healing. It has the power of seeing the future. You know your past, and it sort of preserves our heritage. Those people who are spirit mediums are the people who understand our past. Through mediumship is about communicating, communicating the past to the present so that we take our culture, our language, our practices, our beliefs to the future, and that way maintain our identity. That's critically important. We are losing it now because our spirituality was attacked, because it was deemed pagan, it was devilish, demonic, denigrated, despised, and then we lost it. You remember the question was, where did we lose it?
Yeah.
When we lost that sense of spirituality, we lost it altogether. Right, and that was our anchor in terms of our past, in terms of our worldview, in terms of our cultural practices, and especially identifying that which underpins our culture. It is not enough to document cultural practices. Equally important, if not more important, is to identify what informs those cultural practices. And sometimes I note we fall short. We concentrate on dancing, but we don't see beyond the dance, its expressions, the symbolism that is inherent in a dance. That we seem to be missing.
If Africans living in Africa has lost their identity, how much more than Africans living in the diaspora, Africans that were taken from Africa to the diaspora? I mean, if we have lost it, how about them?
It's worse. It's worse because they've sunk, they are submerged, they are sinking. For them, even the small child who grows up will not speak their indigenous language. Out in Britain, they will not speak that language. And yet, losing a language is not just losing a medium of communication. You are losing the culture. Language is, yes, one for communication, but equally important, it is transmitting our culture. And it is a reservoir for our culture. That's what matters. So when we look at a word, it is expressive of culture. Very important. So fulfilling two very important roles. One is communication. So like we are communicating, it's through language.
Yeah.
But when you look at the English language, it carries English culture. Doesn't carry your culture. No, it will not. It will not.
Do you think Africans living in the diaspora should return back home? I'm talking about those who went through slavery. Do you think it's time for them to return back to the motherland?
Perhaps some, I think they would have to be given a choice. There are some who have sort of acculturated out there where they are. There are others who may come back, but let's give them a choice. There is one thing that we might stand to benefit in terms of the knowledge that they have, certain culture, certain ethos, attitude towards work, they could, management, they could help us and uplift, because we need a better understanding of these issues to manage change, but allowing our African issues to form the foundation. That's what matters, the foundation. You can't build a strong house on a weak foundation. Yeah, so African culture has always been at accepting, incorporating new things, but building them on a solid African foundation. But now we want to build everything from scratch, foundation foreign, the superstructure foreign, then things begin to fall apart.
Things are really falling apart in Africa, which means that Africa got a problem.
Africa is a problem. There's no doubt about that. It's because Africa assumed independence was the end. My view is independence should have been the beginning, where you take stock of what did colonization do to us, what did slavery do to us. Taking time, not in a hurry, and then come up with strategies to reverse colonialism. Otherwise, independence just allows perpetuation of colonial relations. It's not about color. A black man can be as oppressive, running an oppressive system. We should have said, how did they oppress us? How do we reverse oppression? How do we reverse repression? Right from slavery through to colonization. It was not going to be an easy task, but that task was not undertaken. So we continue with colonial relations, but now being driven by the black men. And I remember saying, what we got is the right to drive a train. But the train that we are driving is not our train. We need to be drivers, but drivers of our own train. That's what is missing.
What do you think is the harm that has been caused by colonization?
One is to make us lose confidence in ourselves. Without confidence, you will not tackle much because you have dismissed yourself. When you meet some small challenge, right now, look at COVID, how we were looking at COVID. African countries generally did not come up with any solution, any remedies. It is because they've lost the confidence in themselves. They are looking up to India, looking up to China, Russia, Britain, Americas. But in the past, there is a book which I'm doing on the impact of COVID-19 on African culture. They had their own remedies, symbolically dealing with a pandemic. COVID-19 is not the first pandemic to hit Africa, but it hits Africa at a time when Africans look elsewhere for solutions. That is a disaster for Africans, but it's not restricted to COVID-19. So it means all challenges, we are weak. We say, they will solve. We just fold our arms. They will help us. That, yes, at a cost. Medication, even when it is diabetes, insulin is not manufactured in Zimbabwe, nor is it manufactured in Ghana. You don't manufacture it in Nigeria. So we become a market, a very good market. Yes, we have our herbs if you look around, but you can't patent these herbs because their arrangement is that you patent only the commodity whose active ingredient you have identified and extracted. But we don't operate like that. We crush everything, the entire root, we drink that. But they say, no, come up with an active ingredient. Our knowledge doesn't allow for that. So they will patent all these medicines and then we'll be buying them from them. You see, that's the danger.
So you think Africa needs industrial revolution?
It does, but before industrial revolution, you need a mental revolution. Without a mental revolution, you can't drive an industrial revolution. We should be clear about what starts. It's here. Not decolonizing the mind first, because it's the mind that does. When I say we have an inferiority complex, it's the mind which says so-and-so is more superior, we are more inferior. It's all in the mind, and you believe it. If you believe it, we act as we believe. We do as we believe. Yeah, that's what happens. That's the tragedy of Africa.
If you had a chance to change one thing in Africa, what will it be?
It would be seeking to change their belief system, building confidence in themselves, because it is that which is going to change their attitude, so that they see themselves as people equal to other people. If there is any weakness in us, it is not because we are black. That I refuse. Color is only skin deep, or even less than skin deep. So that is not a problem. The problem is here. It is in the mind. When you perceive yourself as inferior, you will act accordingly. So that would be the first thing. Build confidence in the people, know your history, the things that our people achieved. Some people don't know much about Africa, the discoveries that were made in Africa. If perhaps they access to those, they got to know, it will give them inspiration, motivation, and build their shattered egos.
Give us a brief of discoveries in Africa that you think Africans don't know.
Africans were, if you look, all came here, Africa. Pythagoras, school children know about Pythagoras' theorem. Pythagoras is a man, remember? He came to Africa to learn. When they were building pyramids, and he came to learn about that. All those things, measurement, and from our language, it's in Ndebele. You can clearly see they were in Uganda, they know this is where it started, the measurement. The forearm was a unit of measure. Mathematics here in Africa. But the Africans don't know that. To a point, they won't even accept it now. That all those things started here in Africa. I had an American friend, an ambassador, who said, and we used to agree, I took him around this marketplace. How were Africans stupefied? That was the question. And I think I answered that question. We were stupefied. When you look at the science that was here before other people came to colonize us, before they came to enslave us, it all started in Africa. Everybody seems to agree that Africa is the cradle of humanity.
Yeah.
So before people went out of Africa, they were not going there as tabula rasa. They were carrying knowledge and built upon that knowledge, African knowledge. But that is not well known. In our schools, we are not teaching that. We are still perpetuating this colonial education which sees Africans as having achieved next to nothing.
So do you think there's a problem with our education system?
Oh yeah, there is. Education system is a serious problem. Then you have a problem with newspapers. Newspapers are not projecting the African past sufficiently. That is a weakness. Television, perhaps in Nigeria, that's where I see a bit of Africa. I must admit, I've always said that West Africans are better in terms of expressing our African past. For example, you will see something like kind of a cloud, kind of a wave, and it hits someone.
Yeah.
But that's how Africa operates. Africa operates wirelessly. The Western world discovered wireless in terms of communication only recently. We have always been doing it. You look at our genetics.
Yeah.
We have been looking at genetics for a long time. When your footprint is there, I get it, I've got you. This is African science.
I mean, like, there's a lot I think he has to share with all of us, and I believe that we can do this for Prof. He has a YouTube channel. I'm going to put the link in the description. You know how we'll do it? It by force, because I think he has a lot to share to the world. And since I'm here, let's do this together. Prof, how many subscribers do you have on the channel?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah,
Many.
if you open YouTube, you find lots of them. Oh,
Yeah,
lots
so
of
he
them.
has a lot of videos out there, and let's do this together. Let's all rush there in our numbers. Let's go learn a lot from Prof. Go there and tell Prof that Wadamaya brought me here. Prof, you also have books, right?
Oh yes,
Where can
63 books.
Where can we get the books? Are they on Amazon or anything like that? They're selling them? Because I have
No.
online audience where they would love to buy from you.
I think that's what we are working on right now, so that they are available on Amazon, but some of them are on ABC. Africa Book Collective. Yeah, I have some there.
Okay.
So there are lots of them, and it's all about this liberation of Africa, moving beyond to get Africa liberated in the true sense of the word.
What do you think will happen if Africans get liberated?
When you have a pandemic, they will be looking at it. They are motivated. They want to develop pharmacies. They want to be providers of health facilities. They are charting their own history. That's important. They chart their own form of government. You can't have all these things being dictated to you under the guise of democracy. What democracy?
Prof, are you trying to say that when African leaders go for African Union meeting, they don't talk about these things?
No, they do, but what testifies to that is not opening your mouth and uttering words. No, let us see action. Action beyond words. That's what we need.
What do you think of the African Union?
The African Union is there, but when you look at it, it's not completely effective. Yes, especially when it came to decolonization. You remember Ken and Bita, they supported the struggle in Southern Africa. Excellent. But they need now to go beyond. For example, I will show you, I've been there. I looked at the AU headquarters. The architecture that is there, beautiful. But who built it? Not the African, it's the Chinese. Here in Zimbabwe, our parliament has been constructed, it's complete, true to our African architecture. But the African architecture, they now despise because they don't understand that architecture has got nothing to do with materials. Your house doesn't have to be an African house because we're using wood and grass and clay. No. It's the design that matters. Our African architecture is about design. And the Chinese, the Victoria Falls International Airport, very modern, use very modern material, but how do you design the architecture, the house? It's excellent. You go into our new parliament at Mount Hampton, then you'll see what I'm talking about. Because for us, things are round. As above, so below. We copy the universal design. So we want that design down here. That's what we do. So when we sit in a circle, drinking beer, passing the calabash in a circle. That's what we do. We didn't invent the circle. The circle already exists up there. We looked at the sun, we looked at the moon, we saw they were a perfect expressions of secularity.
But I mean, do you think it's right for an African Union building where decisions are being made for the continent built by someone else, not Africans?
That's where we have a problem. Why? Do you think we're short of money? It's not about money. It's about priorities. But at least for me, I'm happier when it's done. But do we have to be reminded by the Chinese that we need to go back to our culture, the culture that we had before colonization. But now, a progressive man, one who is rich, his evidence is a hut, a house that has a rectangle, and asbestos sheets, and not anything near our original architecture. Material doesn't matter. We can use the most modern of materials, but it's the design that is African. And it is the design of cosmic bodies. We didn't invent it, no.
Do you think we need a borderless Africa?
It might help, but you need to be tactful. They may send you to heaven before you have succeeded. Because Africa has resources, and they want those resources. So where is Gaddafi? The moment you try to make Africa wiser, you will go. Right now you can see what is happening within BRICS. BRICS are trying to come up with money, a currency that is supported by resources. And if they do succeed, it will mean we are going to end up with a currency that is stronger than the greenback, the American. So that is the situation. So, but that's what we want. We should get there. But no, you may be eliminated. Where is Kwame Nkrumah? You should be clear about this. Should be clear. Who was the driver? The hand that kills these people. Maybe the black hand like yours, but see the hand that is holding your hand, the third hand. This is where we fall short. Then we say, he was killed. Yes, by his own people, but working at the instigation of those who have economic interests. It's not political interest. Politics holds the key to open the chest where there is money.
What do you want people to remember you for? Maybe people in general like us, and maybe your children, your grandchildren. What do you want them to remember you for?
Yeah, I think it's deriving joy out of your being. That's important. Self-respecting, holding ideas that you can defend. It's very important that you understand yourself from your own perspectives. As a people, self-respecting with confidence in themselves, not as a people who refer to others for authentication. We are not here to be authenticated. That's important for me. That here was a man who refused authentication. That other people are cleverer than others on account of ethnicity, on account of race. That I don't believe. I will never believe. I've said, I do not subscribe to a God who allocates stupidity to a particular people on the basis of ethnicity or race. I don't believe that. But now, you look at our Africans, they don't see themselves as a center. They see themselves as a periphery. They see themselves in reference to other people. Hi, Kona. Who appointed other people and not us to be the reference point? So what we want, what I would want to be remembered for is, he refused. He refused until he went back. I think one thing that perhaps they will have to remember, forced to remember me for, is I've written lots of books, and I do not think I'm over and done with that. You never know. Yet at 70, that's when life begins. And the mind is very mature. You understand the world in a different way. And so there may still be more revelations, more maturing process, so that by the time I depart, fly off to somewhere else in a better place where we are told the angels will be kissing us day and night, which is not a bad idea at all. And then, yeah, they will say, he went, he has gone, but something must remain. I think that's the measure of a man. What is it that remains when you are gone? What has gone is your soul. The soul goes somewhere, but in terms of life on earth, what is it that you have left behind? The legacy, the heritage. Have you been perhaps a cumbersome somebody, a burden on earth, or you tried to remove some of the burdens from Mother Earth, improved your community, improved the understanding of the people in your particular area, or you came you saw you were departed and left.
Your final message to Africans watching us right now.
Africans, let us not be shy of being Africans. It is not a mistake that we became Africans. It is not a mistake to be black. It is only skin deep, and it's meant to protect us from ultraviolet radiation, etc., and other harmful radiation from the sun. We are just like any other people, but we need to reclaim our pride and become the Africa which we had unpolluted by invasion.
I want to say thank you so much for talking to me, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And like I said, check out the link in the description. Prof's YouTube channel link will be there. Make sure you subscribe and be part of the family, as you all will learn a lot from him. My name is WODE, your one and only annoying village boy right here in Makokoba. See you all in the next one. Aya Maya. Peace out.
Africa to the world. WODE Mr. Ghana, baby. Africa to the world.
No, I will never bash Africa. You know, I sat next to a lady in the plane. She was an American, and she said it flat out. She said, "I'll bash my U.S. when I'm within the U.S., but outside the U.S., I will never bash the U.S." That's what everybody else does. But internally, we talk as children.
But Africans don't do that.
We don't.
We're actually the ones that take the negative news to them.
To them, exactly. It's stupidity of the highest order.
And as soon as you start preaching positive about your own continent,
no.
You've been
then
paid
you must
to say...
yes, and you must be with the government. They're always against the ruling party. It's not about the government. We support whoever is in power. One other thing that was done after the Berlin Conference is putting in place a system to make the Africans believe that everything African was bad and everything European was better. We suffer from the legacy of colonialism. We automatically feel inferior when faced with our Caucasian brothers and sisters. That is something that we as individuals need to deal with. It goes to how we are going to make decisions about Africa when we are faced with them. So yes, in some cases, we have not been good negotiators for Africa. We need to do better. We need to wake up as Africans and realize that we're just as good as anybody else. And when we come to negotiating for Africa and getting rid of those boundaries, the issues you're talking to, you're right. We should have addressed them. 55 years later since OAU, there are issues our Pan-African fathers spoke about in 1963 that we are yet to address. We are yet to attain that perfect African Union. Our solution to truly removing corruption out of Africa is when Africa speaks with one voice as one continent, and we are there. You know, white supremacy and the fact that we were being called black and they're calling themselves white, I call that lie number one. It is just such a blatant lie. They are not white, we are not black, and yet for centuries we have failed to denounce the lie. What is wrong with us? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And yet that lie has such profound effects, subliminal messaging all around. We just know that we are inferior, you know? We just know that we are not as beautiful as they are. Somehow we are programmed to just take second place. You know, it's like one of those cases where the front door is open, but we feel more comfortable going through the back door. Those kind of things, we do them without thinking. We are automatically just taking second place when we could take first place. In the grocery store, if a white person is behind it, go ahead. The brainwashing is so deep that we have to be in the present. We have to be consciously aware of what we are doing and constantly check ourselves. We did not end up of this mindset overnight. It's going to take a lot of undoing over time. And that means one has to be conscious. One has to accept the fact that they're suffering from the legacy of slavery and the legacy of colonization. If you don't accept that you're suffering from this ailment, how do you begin to heal? It's like me as a doctor. I can't help you as a doctor if you don't realize you're sick and you come to me. So first, it's acceptance that we are suffering from these two conditions. And not only are we suffering from them, we are in the intensive care.
I think a lot of Africans feel so inferior because they don't know their history.
They don't know their history, but also they've just been told. Back to the line number one, you're black and you're ugly. It's everywhere. So it's not even, they don't know. They're just automatically, they're living in a world that just says, you're second class, you are inferior, you know? And we have never really done anything to denounce that lie.
So if you don't know your history, where we are sitting right now, this is a replica of Great Zimbabwe. And Great Zimbabwe was built by our ancestors, right?
Correct.
And you see, I think she put mortar, but our ancestors never used mortar. This alone should make you feel superior. Because even they were doing research trying to say that, no, it was not done by Africans. So this is how Africans need to know that you need to travel more within Africa just to discover yourself, just to know that you are not what they tell you that you are. When I went to Great Zimbabwe, I felt so proud as an African.
But you know what though? We could start with our history books. Why are we still using colonial textbooks in 2022? You see what I'm saying? They used the books, the educational system, to brainwash us. It's going to take the educational system to undo the damage. But I'll tell you, the place where they need to really take responsibility is religion. It is religion that was used to brainwash the African. And it's going to take religion to also undo it. Why do we go into a church and see a white Jesus Christ?
No.
We all know Jesus Christ was a black man. That's a fact. In fact, I like to say Jesus Christ was an African diaspora. Born in the Middle East, grew up in Egypt. That's the definition of an African diaspora. I mean, let's face it.
That comes to my next question. What is the main function of ADDI?
African Diaspora Development Institute.
So Jesus is your number one.
Number one African diaspora. That's right. Number one African diaspora.
Well, what is the main function of the ADDI?
To mobilize African diaspora to participate in the development of Africa. There are more Ghanaian doctors in New York City than in the entire country of Ghana. There are more Nigerian doctors in LA than in the entire country of Nigeria. So let's be serious here. What Africa needs is capacity, capacity, capacity. And that capacity is in the diaspora. So it behooves us to bring the diaspora together. Let them understand what is really going on in our Africa. Diaspora are not going home. Diaspora are angry about Africa because they are not understanding the root cause of why Africa is where it is today. They think getting rid of a president will take care of the problem. Far from it. That president is just going to be replaced by another one.
We have the 6th region of Africa.
We got the 6 regions of Africa, which is just an entity that's just by name only.
What do you mean?
Can you say 6th region is like ECOWAS? It's like SADC? What does it mean? Where do you go if you want to go to the 6th region?
I thought they had an office in Ghana.
Huh? Where?
Okay, I've seen an office in Ghana, which it's ADDI. Not ADDI, but it's an office for the 6th region.
No. The 6th region has not been officially approved as a decision by the African heads of states. All they have done is to approve it and made it a part of the constitution. That's it.
I'm so confused because I went to the launch of the African diaspora flag though. So, I mean, I have to do more research about that then.
There are processes in which the African Union works. You are a smart man. You can look them up yourself. One person doesn't get up and decide they're going to do something without consulting the people. Consultation with the people is important.
What do you think it will happen to Africa if the African diaspora decide to invest more in Africa?
That is the only solution. What I tell the African diaspora is that we are the true gold. We are the true gold. You know, the reality is people don't realize, as we speak, there's not a single African country that has the capacity to build an airport, capacity to build a railway line. But collectively, as the continent, we have all the expertise we need. But each country is trying to look within its country, and when it cannot find the expertise, they go outside the continent, because we are not united. It will even be very difficult for them to find engineers next door, because we are not united. So my hope was that the AFCFTA would begin to put us together, bring us together in a way that access to professionals is easier. But that's not happening. So ADDI is saying we have expertise galore. Black people must understand what is really going on. Because what we are shown instead is, oh, look at those Africans killing each other. There are some serious games that have been played in Africa for far too long. And once we understand that, we can strategize as to how we can begin to bring the difference and bring the change that Africa needs. And that change can only come if the African diaspora are united. And the Wakanda villages, as I call them, it is our organized way of saying, starting with one African diaspora center of excellence, it will be a new city, a developmental hub that we can then take from there. Every sector is developed. Take healthcare. How many doctors do we need in this region to take care of this many people? We pick up education, same thing. We pick up engineering. We pick up electricity. How many megawatts of power do we have in the region? How many do we need? Be it solar, be it wind, be it hydro, be it geothermal, be it... I use the example of the airport in Atlanta. The busiest, probably most beautiful airport, most well-run airport. It was built by majority, over 50% black people. Mayor Maynard Jackson of Atlanta back then, when he was commissioning the airport, a lot of white businesses came in and they were putting in their proposals, and he realized there were no black companies. They said, well, where are the black companies? They said, we can't find them. So he pushed the papers back and said, hey, I'm not signing this until you find some black companies. So they had to go find them. So that's how black people ended up participating in building the Atlanta airport. Why aren't we getting them? They're still there in Atlanta. Why aren't we getting them to come and build airports in Africa? None of the airports are built by black people because we're not united. So ADDI is saying, let's have some way that we can all come together, we all speak with one voice, and we can all build the Africa that we want together, so we prevent being exploited. I was in Zambia and I saw one Turkish man with a big apartment complex that he built. Now how does a young man from Turkey decide I'm going to go to Zambia and I'm going to make money. These units are 100% booked. Average rent is 3,500 to 5,000 a month. This Turkish man flies in, here's a manager, he's making money out of Africa. And I said to myself, why can't African diaspora do this? Other people are seeing what Africa has, but the diaspora cannot see what Africa has.
You don't think the diaspora complains a lot?
Yeah, we do.
But why do we complain about Chinese people coming in?
I know, when we are not
When
there.
you are not coming.
Yeah.
I think there's this thing I need to tell people, man. Wherever there are people complaining a lot, that's where the opportunity is.
Absolutely.
But yet, when Africans get so comfortable with life in the US, life in Canada, Europe, and they start saying that there's nothing in Africa, I think you've built a successful business in Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a lot of people that have moved back. We need to look at the opportunity, because when you are in the diaspora and you come back, when you come, you see so much opportunity. And I think that, look, sometimes it's not about you working alone. It's about you partnering with somebody, right? Because you can't do it alone. There are businesses, there are young entrepreneurs here who just need investment, who just need somebody with your expertise. All they need is investment from somebody in the diaspora to come and partner. We need more partnership. That's how we're gonna grow.
But you know what, with ADDI, those who are members of ADDI, the conversations have changed. The conversations have changed. But those who are not yet aware, they complain. That's all they do. Somehow they expect change to come to Africa through osmosis. They want to complain from 10,000 miles away, and they want somebody to build an Africa that they want, that looks more like the West, so they can just waltz in. What they don't realize is it's happening. Africa is moving forward, except we don't own it. The outsiders are owning those nice grocery stores that you go in and they're well staffed with everything you want, hardware stores with everything you could ever think. I can live a life in this country like I live in America, but we don't own it.
Who owns Africa?
You see, you got to understand that when we were under colonization, the companies that ran the economies of all African countries were companies that belonged to the colonizer. If a country was colonized by the British, the majority of the companies that controlled the economies of those countries were British. If you were colonized by the Germans, German companies. If you were colonized by the French, French companies, and so forth. That, my brothers and sisters, they never give up. They still continue to control the economies of their former colonies to this day. But the opportunities are still there. There's still room, plenty of room for African diaspora to come in. In spite of the many years of exploitation and abuse, the statistics are telling us that they've only exploited maybe 10% of Africa's natural resources. And every day, we're discovering more and more African natural resources. So we are inheritors of an amazing, amazing continent with endless riches. If we can just wake up to realize that. And it doesn't take much to invest in Africa. There's so many low-hanging opportunities. And our people are being told, don't go to Africa. You went to Bordeaux.
Yep.
Would you think you are in Zimbabwe?
No.
White people everywhere. I was in Victoria Falls, same thing. But Africans are being told, don't go to Zimbabwe. Don't go to Africa. No, they want to keep Africa to themselves. And we're stupid enough to listen to their narrative and believe in them. And then not only do they tell us, don't go to Africa, they want you to be the mouthpiece to bash Africa. No, I will never bash Africa. You know, I sat next to a lady in the plane. She was an American. And she said it flat out. She said, I'll bash my US when I'm within the US, but outside the US, I will never bash the US. That's what everybody else does. But internally, we talk as children.
But Africans don't do that.
We don't.
We're actually the ones that take the negative news to them.
To them, exactly. It's stupidity of the highest order.
And as soon as you start preaching positive about your own
Oh,
continent,
no.
you've been
Then
paid
you
to
must
say.
yes, and you must be with the government. They're always against the ruling party. It's not about the government. We support whoever is in power, period. Because at the end of the day, they come and go. But the people and the programs must continue. And we, the people, as private citizens in private sector, must make sure that those programs continue. But we just like to complain. And that is another serious disease, which again now says, when it's all said and done, in spite of all the other issues and factors that come into play for us to be where we are today as a people, when it's all said and done, it goes down to you and image in the mirror. Your mind. You see, a free mind, a mind that is free of colonization, it doesn't matter where you take me. If my mind is clear and I can see clearly, you cannot use me to destroy myself and my people.
What qualifies one to join ADDI?
You just have to be an African. All people of African descent. You must be a person of African descent.
Just before I go, you didn't tell me anything about you. You're born and raised in Zimbabwe.
Born and raised in Zimbabwe.
Which part of Zimbabwe?
Chivu.
Where is Chivu?
Chivu is in Mashonaland East.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you grew up here?
Grew up here. I left soon after high school to go to college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been out of the country for 45 years. Married a Ghanaian, and so I'm a very proud Ghanaian wife. I said, when it came to husbands, I knew it'd go. I get in trouble with Zimbabwean men for that. But also there was a study that said that Ghanaian men made the best husbands in the world.
No, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
I have to agree with you.
So which is the call came from the Ghanaian one?
That's the Ghanaian one, yes.
How was life growing up in Zimbabwe? I believe that
it was
45 years ago during apartheid.
And that's what really saddens me. When you see young people, you even hear some young Zimbabweans say life was better during Ian Smith. Have you heard something like that?
No,
people will talk like
even
that.
to today, I hear it.
Yes. Life was better during Ian Smith. Are you kidding me? When you were only able to be either a domestic worker, if you're lucky to become a nurse, or a primary school teacher. That was it. Then the rest, farm worker. That's were the only options. You couldn't go to college. You were not even good enough to be a bank teller. That's how bad things were. We were relegated to the west parts of the countries, where no rains. You couldn't really do any meaningful farming. They pretty much had us cornered. And you call that, because you were able to have a bag of meal and have your sadza every day, you call that life? Even the ones who are complaining the most, they are the doctors and the lawyers and the accountants, they're all these professionals. You couldn't be doing any of those things during Ian Smith. Some people died. People don't realize it took a few young men, bold, awoken young men, to get out of their hut and say, if I go east in this direction, I shall end up in a country called Mozambique that is sympathetic to my cause. I'm risking my life, I'm leaving my family, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna learn how to fight, and I'm gonna come back and defend what belongs to me. If I go north, I'll end up in a country called Zambia, Tanzania. And so young men left with nothing but the belief that things cannot continue to be the way they are. Where are those young men? It is those young men, many died, did not come back, but they made those ultimate sacrifices. So to want to insult them by telling them life was better with Ian Smith, that is sad. And you are where you are today because of those young men and women who risked their lives to liberate Zimbabwe. Where are we going wrong? Why are they not getting this? We are now in what we call the fourth war of liberation. The fourth Chimrenga in Zimbabwe, we would call. The first Chimrenga was when the British came and the Mbuya Nehanda's war of resistance. The second one when the young men and women went into the bush, guerrilla warfare. The third Chimrenga for Zimbabwe is when the war of liberating our lands. And now we are in the fourth Chimrenga, which is the economic liberation. And they have to realize, for us to be economically liberated, it takes unity, it takes understanding. Clearly, being submissive to those who have always abused us is not how we are going to get to the promised land. Our people must wake up. And for them to wake up, they need a serious conversation with the image in the mirror.
Your final message to the youth of Africa.
The youth of Africa, please wake up. Africa is yours to take. Africa is yours to rule and manage. But for you to do so, you must understand your Africa, understand the issues and what's really going on. But above all, protect yourself from being used as an instrument of your own self-destruction. Guard yourself, because you are red meat when it comes to the West and their desire to destroy and exploit and control Africa through you. The question is, are you willing to be used? Are you going to be one of the few brave men who came out of Zimbabwe, out of Mozambique, out of Namibia, out of South Africa, out of Angola, out of Algeria, and many other African countries to say, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm going out, I'm going to learn how to fight, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to defend my turf. Are you one of those? So my desire is to see all of us Africans wake up and defend our turf.
We have an event in October.
We have an event in October. As you know, I've been traveling in Africa the past 6 months.
Okay.
I went to 7 different countries looking for a home for ADDI. And I ended up in Zimbabwe, which was the last country that I thought I would end up in. But during my travels, I met with a couple of presidents and a couple of former presidents. And one in particular, I was challenging them as to what is this all about the 6th region? You only proclaimed all people of African descent living outside Africa, which still is not correct, because you're making an assumption that I have the same privileges as the African American, which is not true. I am an American citizen, but I'm also a Zimbabwean citizen. An African American only has one citizenship. They also need a citizenship in an African country. That's how we equalize the playing field. So what were your plans, and how are you intending to equalize this? And that's when this former president said, well, we did our part. We incorporated the 6th region into our constitution. And now it's up to you, diaspora, to organize yourselves. And we need a meeting, a representative sample of diaspora from every corner of the world. They must come. You must find a host country to host you, and you meet, you deliberate on what you want. If you tell us what you want, we'll be happy to approve it. But it cannot be just one small organization here. He even mentioned a couple of people, and he said, no, it has to be people from everywhere, every corner of the earth. He said, Ambassador, if you can call that meeting, I'll be happy to get my own president to host that event. Then he took me through the whole history of the Pan-African Congress, going back to W.E.B. Du Bois and the first 5 PACs, and then the 6th PAC in Tanzania, and the 7th in Kampala, and then the aborted 8th in South Africa, and then Ghana. But he suggested that we could hold a 9th Pan-African Congress, but focus on the 6th region, where you guys tell us your demands. But the important thing is get people from all over the world. If we can get that sample, find a government to sponsor the event, that government can then deliver your demands to the other heads of states at whatever summit they will present it. That's how we can actualize the sixth region. So I was armed with knowledge, and I was very grateful for all that information that he gave me. So I went around calling and talking to diaspora, sharing with them what I had been told, and a lot of people got really interested. So by the time I got to Zimbabwe, I decided to have a conversation with the Zimbabwean government, and President Mnangagwa agreed that they were comfortable with the country sponsoring the Pan-African Congress. And also I have my own desire to see diaspora come to Africa and see and appreciate the opportunities. So it's going to be a combination of that conference as well as Invest in Africa, Spotlight Zimbabwe. So that's going to be held in Victoria Falls from October 14 to 19. We're hoping to really just have a group of diaspora from all over. It's not one organization, it's from all over. People are coming, they're representatives of different organizations, to just have a conversation. What do we want as a people living outside Africa? As is, nobody can claim the sixth region because it hasn't been commissioned. They haven't made a decision on it because we have never brought anything to the heads of states.
So anyone can attend?
Yes,
strictly on
yes.
invitation?
No, it was out. We just sent it out. There was a questionnaire. One fills out, and we are submitting the names to the government of Zimbabwe. It is the government of Zimbabwe that will send out the letters.
Okay. All right. So I guess if you're
as long as you're of African descent, of course.
Yeah. So if you're watching this video, probably we're gonna get a link so that you all can fill up if you are interested in coming. And am I invited?
You are definitely invited. We're very proud of you, especially that you are an African youth who is awoken, who is enlightened, who gets it. We hope that more and more young people can emulate you and realize that Africa is going to be built by the Africans. The good, the bad, and the ugly, we must own it. That is our Africa. We can no longer continue to bash Africa. If you don't promote Africa, then who are you? And I'm telling you this, I will never bash Africa. You and I can have a conversation about what's going on. It's internal, it's family. But I'm not going to go out there and just bash Africa. For what reason? For what reason? There's so much good out of Africa. I've chosen to highlight the goodness out of Africa.
That's it.
Let the others who want to spend time bashing Africa, go ahead. There are enough of you out there. I have decided for the remainder of my days, I am going to highlight the goodness out of Africa. Because you see, it's like two wolves, the good wolf and the bad wolf. If you continue to feed the bad wolf, he just gets stronger and will destroy you. I've decided I'm going to feed the good wolf. And that's talking about the good news out of Africa, and there's plenty of good news out of Africa.
Exactly.
So thank you for your work. That's exactly what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. I still can't believe that I'm sitting down with you, and I hope and believe that there's going to be more conversations that we're going to have.
Absolutely.
Probably one of these days I might invite you online for us to have another conversation like this online.
Absolutely, and I look forward to seeing you here in October.
Thank you.
educational. So, well, if you get abusive, I'll block you straight. But I'm just saying, let's be grown-ups, all right? Right. In the 15th century, Christianity came to sub-Saharan Africa with the arrival of the Portuguese, okay? You can do your own research and check up on what I'm saying here. But I've tried to compress things. I don't want this to be long-wounded, so I just go with the fire points. So from the 15th to the 19th century, Christian missionaries grew in Africa, ultimately driven by the interests of the Europeans to colonize Africa. That's a fact. Christianity was then weaponized as an agent of destabilization against Africans. And when I say destabilization, it was forced, it was beaten into people, my ancestors, your ancestors. They killed, maimed, absolutely dehumanized them. It's beyond words, okay? All of these are well documented, all right? And I would expect any sensible person to know that, except you want to be in denial, and there is no point. So, in its rigid European form, it denied countless Africans their pride in their culture. They attacked their culture, their spirituality, particularly, and any ceremonies that were unique to them. The missionaries invaded in huge numbers, and they pretty much came. They didn't come with pleasantries. They went, the Arabs too, of course. You're right, Yoande. They invaded, and they didn't come to be cordial or like, hey man, can we come in? You know, we're just traveling and we happen to bump on your shores. Nope. They absolutely came, conquered, destroyed. And the PTSDs and the destruction still exist till date. The impact of slavery, they're fresh, they exist till date. Now, I am not, like I said, I'm trying to just keep it simple. So, in knowing this, as a young man, I was born into Christianity. I grew up in it. In fact, through my teenage years, I'd say I grew up in church. I was a chorister. I grew up in church. I know A to Z of Christianity, I can say that. But as the years went by, there's always been something about me when I was a lot younger. There's just always, you know, when I was a lot younger, I was under I was within the jurisdiction, and, you know, daily existence was within the jurisdiction of my parents at the time. And, but there was just something in me as a very young teenager that this is off. I never really liked church, but I grew up in church. I had a good time singing in the choir, made friends and all that. But the whole concept of Bible, the stories, and the premise of it, especially the history of Christianity, was always, the moment I was able to gain access to some materials, even though when I was a lot younger, I've always felt that something was off. Give me a second. There's something I want to read. It's one of the snippets that I opened up. Within the space of 400 years, millions of people were forcibly taken from Africa as slaves. The majority of them went to America, although many were taken to the Middle East and North Africa. Millions, multi-millions. Slavery has been practiced all over the world for thousands of years, but never before had so many people from one continent been transported to another against their will. It is hard to be precise, but around 15 million Africans in total were forcibly taken from the continent into slavery. Large-scale slave trading in Africa ceased towards the end of the 19th century, but its legacy of suffering continues today. So that's why I said from the 15th to the 19th century, the Christian missionaries, they grew aggressively. They grew aggressively in Africa. And they violated, they destroyed everything that belonged to us. And one of the main effects of slavery is the psychological slavery. One of the, not effects, facets of it is psychological slavery, where multi-millions of Africans have had their minds totally destroyed. It was intentional. They had a template. They had a blueprint that they were working with. There was a major coordinated attack on the identity of Africans, stripping you of your culture, your pride, your integrity, your spirituality, and your ceremonies, everything that was unique to us, right? Before they arrived on the shores of Africa, they absolutely destroyed it. Let me say something before I proceed. For those religious white folks, I mean black folks, that are adamant gatekeepers of their oppressors, okay? The colonizers, they are thoroughly aware of African spirituality. They are terrified of it. Did you hear what I said? They thoroughly understand the potency. We are the prime beings. They know. If you as a black man come up with an invention or whatever, something brand new, and it's just mind-blowing, they will pay attention. They want to know the nitty-gritty of what you're working with. They know. But a bunch of our folks, sadly, have been mentally damaged. They've been severely damaged that they've done it in such a way, they forced religiosity into us, they bit it into our ancestors, so that everything about you will become secondary. You despise, you hate, you have a blatant disregard for. Do you understand? And this has carried on for generations. Now, one of the things that breaks my heart is there are countless number of black folks, Africans. They have no clue about history, but they are ready to get an argument with you here and now. They are ready to pull out the sword. They are ready to fight you to death. They are ready to defend the indefensible. But if you take them on the pathway of history, they wouldn't come with you. If you take them on a journey, if you try to educate them that this is history, this is a true account of how such and such became what you are holding on to today, they don't want to listen. Part of that behavioral pattern is it indicates how severely damaged people are in that regard. We are particularly the only race of people who we have been damaged severely in terms of the trueness of our identity. That's right. Like I was saying, the white man knows about the potency of African spirituality. They understand Black excellence, the supremeness. They know, but the damage is almost irreparable. It's unbelievable, man. Now, those of you that have been watching me for a minute, you know that I proudly beat my chest and say I'm a proud practitioner of Ifa. And I was fully initiated into Ifa. We call it Itefa last year. And it was an amazing experience. I did the induction first, Ishefa, and after that, the full initiation ran for like almost 2 weeks, and it was completed on the 22nd of July last year. It was an amazing experience, and one of the major things that did was it was a rebirth for me and opened my eyes and absolutely uncovered
What makes the great Zimbabwe so unique?
The walls, the architecture, and also the preservation of it, which makes it in the most original way, makes it so unique.
The time is finally here. I'm super excited. It's time to head to Great Zimbabwe. Let's go.
Gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to give you a warm welcome to Great Zimbabwe National Monument.
Great Zimbabwe, the astonishing historical testament of the African civilization. This is the undisputed home of the present-day Zimbabwe. The country got its name from here.
Welcome to Zimbabwe, the House of Stone, known as Zimbabwe.
It lies in the southeastern part of Zimbabwe, about 30 kilometers southeast of Masvingo. Sitting on approximately 722 hectares of land, it is a clear evidence of the architectural prowess behind the African civilization dating back to as far as the 11th century. It is estimated that the central ruins and surrounding valley supported a Shona population of about 20,000 people with an economy based on cattle keeping, farming, and gold trade on the coast of the Indian Ocean. It was the heart of a thriving trading empire from the 11th to the 15th centuries.
After mined all those gold, they could sell the gold again to the Arabs. Arabs going with the pieces to the Indian coast, where they could meet the Chinese, the Portuguese. There are a lot of trade routes which are found around the place. So strongly believe now that this could be used as a place for trade.
The ruins at Great Zimbabwe are some of the oldest and largest structures located in southern Africa and are the second oldest after nearby Mapungubwe in South Africa.
Do you know how many tons of stones that were used to build this?
Approximately not less than 15,000 tons of stone blocks were used to build the whole thing. Some might say more than 15 million stone blocks were used to build the whole thing, the outer wall and some of the enclosures which are inside, especially the conical tower.
Do you know what I want to know?
I don't know, tell me.
Who built this?
It's important to note that these magnificent architectural walls were built with no mortar joining them, a reason that might have triggered speculations that Great Zimbabwe was built by Phoenicians or people not of African origin, and that it was an African replica of the Queen of Sheba's palace. A fable that was promoted by the German explorer Karl Marx, who visited in 1871 and refused to believe that indigenous Africans could have built such an extensive, sophisticated network of monuments.
How many of this can be found in Zimbabwe?
About 300 of them. Kami, Bulawayo, Nalitali, Shangani, Dlodlo, Tsindi, Marondera, Inyanga, Mutoko ruins, just mentioned about a few. But of course, this is the biggest.
Welcome to Zimbabwe, the big house of stones.
If I am here, I think you also need to come here. Just come and experience it. Come and see things for yourself. Come and, like when you come here, I don't think you will ever think that it's impossible to do anything in Africa. I'm inspired, man. It's time to go for my dreams, bro. Oh my goodness, I'm super excited. The day is finally here. I've been dreaming about this for so long, and I can't believe that finally I made it to the Great Zimbabwe. This is where Zimbabwe got its name. I've seen the great enclosure right in front of me. This was built by our ancestors. This was built by Africans. So after being here, no one can ever tell me that I'm inferior. I am superior because if my ancestors were able to build without mortar, brother, it's a blessing to be from Africa. I can't wait to share all the details with you, yeah? Because I am super excited, man. This used to be a city. Even the colonizers were trying to disprove that it was not built by Africans. But after research, they realized that, no, you can't take credit, baby.
That's the main part of Great Zimbabwe. Like I said, it's the most preserved part of Great Zimbabwe, even in Southern Africa or south of the Sahara. That's the Great Enclosure, which we call Imbauru in our Shona tradition, or a Karanga dialect among the Shona. That could basically be the residence for the queen. So this shows us that we live in polygamous situations that demonstrates richness as well as the status of a man. So as you can see, that is the largest single ancient building south of the Sahara, the second largest in Africa after the pyramids of Giza in Egypt. The outer wall stretches for 200 meters in circumference when measured from inside, and 255 meters when measured from outside. And that's a clear indication that those walls were thick. And these are dry stone walls or mortarless buildings, just a maze of dry stone walls, whereby stones are packed one on top of the other, simply there for interdependency or unity.
With no mortar?
No mortar joining the stones.
No cement?
Nothing. Even if you look at our modern situation as far as the economic base is concerned, it's all about, if you look at local and intercontinental trade, each and every nation depends on each other. So that's all about unity. That's why you can say that Great Zimbabwe became a peaceful society in the whole kingdom. And if we get in there, there were no roofs on top of those walls. Small rondaveles were built inside, which were built using wooden poles, plastered with mortar, and thatched roofs were put on top. Roundhouses were simply there for togetherness or unity. Wow. In our tradition, again, a roundhouse can chase away evil spirits. Wow. That's the main reason for building roundhouses. So the number of houses could be determined by the size of the apartment. But above all, we're going to see the famous structure inside there, the conical tower and the two trees behind the conical tower, which the background, we use it in Zimbabwe to be a national symbol. That was adopted in 1987.
Do you know what I want to know?
I don't know, tell me.
Who built this?
The ancestors of the Shona-speaking people, or we can say the indigenous Africans. We have the Shona today, but Shona is a combination or a group of dialects. Like I said, in Mashingo, we have Karanga. In Harare, we have the Zezuru. In Mutare, in the eastern part of Zimbabwe, we have Manika. We have Chewa, we have Ndau. Part of Nambia are dialects which combine to form the Shona. If we talk about the indigenous Africans, we don't talk about who was living where. Anyone from Central to Southern Africa. As evidenced by some of the radiocarbon dating which was done, whereby some pieces of potsherds, the layering or the setup of or the stratification of the houses was similar to most of the places in Central to Southern Africa. That's why I said the indigenous Africans. It's only that if we can be brainwashed, we can say probably the Phoenicians built Great Zimbabwe because they were the major traders here. If we may be brainwashed, if you can go back to the Bible, you can believe, if you talk of the fortresses Jericho, we have fortresses Jordan, etc., you can believe that probably this was built before Christ. Though it means to say that we'll be going against our civilization, whereby we started having that kind of civilization when the Europeans were living in Dark Ages.
Civilization started from Africa?
Yes, it started in Africa.
Have you heard of this quote from Kwame Nkrumah? A black man is capable of managing his own affairs. I think the Great Zimbabwe inspired that quote. If you are telling me that this was built by Africans, because Kwame Nkrumah was everywhere in Africa, so he came to Great Zimbabwe. I have no idea about that though. But I'm assuming that he came here, he saw the structure, and he was like, where is the cement? Where is the mortar? And he kept on asking that who built this? They said Africans. And then he came up with this quote, a black man is capable of managing his own affairs. Whoa!
This great enclosure, like I said, it's a must-see building. It's all about admiring the beauty of the Grand Tour. Of course, you can see that these structures were built as a matter of security or protection, just like our present town of Mashingo. Mashingo is plural for Rushingo, meaning fortresses or protective walls. Though we can't leave an element that these structures were built to show status and prestige. But considering the quality all around, the different qualities of these walls from here to the valleys, even the hill complex. Of course, we can have an assumption that probably, assuming that quality was improving through time, even if we look on one of these walls, when we get inside, we shall see, when we look at it from the northeastern side, it will be improving in height, thickness, as well as quality. So this is a depiction that these people were trying to show their skills in stone masonry by demonstrating development of engineering through time. It's only that, gentlemen, these stones are silent. I strongly hope one day they will sing melodies for us, telling us the reasons of them being here.
And you think that will happen anytime soon?
This is the major restoration which was lastly done in 1995. This kind of wood is called tambuti, or indigenous African sandalwood. Culturally, it was used to chase away evil spirits. Even now, we use it to chase away evil spirits. But initially, the first restorations were done by a guy called St. Clair Wallace. He was a British, leaving open gateways, trying to similarize with the palaces of Queen of Sheba. That's why you can see that all those guys were against our African civilization. But now that in some of the universities in America, they are now studying African history. So to some extent, they are trying to know or to be proud of our history. We may never know.
I mean, we've got the richest history in the entire world. No doubt about that.
So that's why I was saying, if you look at this war from that side, on an anti-clockwise direction, you can see a certain improvement like I was talking about. If you look at the layering of the bricks, the shape of the bricks could be improving. So as I was saying, that quality could be improving through time. Obviously, when this generation comes, the new generation can say, no, this was of poor quality.
So
only because they were not there during that time. Like when you come today and say, why these people they were not using mortar? Why? It was labor intensive. Putting all these stones, why? It was not necessary. Only because of having a new technique.
Yeah.
You build your house at your village for your kids. As they grow up, they get married. Do you think that they want to live in the same house? Primarily, this was the mansion for the queen. But obviously, she could live with other subjects. It was also a school for girls' premarital lessons. This is only that they'll be taught about bedroom gymnastics, sex education. Even now, people still do that.
The sex education, you're saying bedroom gymnastics. I mean, like, gymnastics, we use legs and hands, man.
And there are different apartments, but each and every apartment could determine the housing setup, the size especially. Like an apartment like this one, there will be about 3 or 4 houses. There will be smaller ones. Like the other one in the corner probably might be a kitchen, the other one probably might be a living room, maybe the other one is a bedroom. As you can see, there are different entrances there. So this is how our enclosures looked like.
So they had an enclosure, but at the end of the day, there were buildings in here.
Yes. So the walls were more like boundary lines, like fence. So each and every wall could be separated from the other. And do you know that polygamy also is a security measure? Like culture became modernized, whereby in a polygamous homestead, each and every wife will be having her own house. And the first wife was the one who could determine that our husband is going to be with you overnight. But we were not told during the morning. No, you were told after meals, after supper, that, my friend, today our husband will be your guest today. So to some extent, you will never know whether the man of the family is in this house or there. We've been talking about the premarital lessons for girls. Those were performed there only because there are some pieces of phallic objects which were found on that platform. On the other hand, the boys will be taught about various lifestyle or activities which they have to perform when they get married. That when the woman satisfies you, you get so excited, you find a way to make her happy. Obviously, you have to work hard. See, over there, that's the nucleus of Zimbabwe, and that's the conical tower.
The what?
That's the epicenter of our cultural and natural heritage. That's why we can use it now as a national symbol.
Okay.
That's a must-see building here. Whenever you see this, you have seen the whole thing.
No way. Listen, this is the airport, right?
And for your own information, we've been using some Zimbabwean dollar coins. Many years ago, that Zimbabwean dollar had a value which was more than a US dollar. There's that background on those Zimbabwean dollar coins.
What does that mean?
That was the design which they thought must be on our most valuable note.
Because it means a lot to the people.
Yes. Some scholars of thought, they might think that that could be used as a spiritual temple, like you were saying, about the connection between the society and God. There's a clear indication that these people were not worshipping different gods. They relied on African traditional religion, even now. Of course, some are taking African traditional religion as something which is inhuman, only because they are following Christianity. But this religion is still in existence. Of which, African traditional religion rely on eagles, especially the African fish eagle, which you use as a divine messenger, simply there to pass spiritual messages from earth to heaven through the ancestral spirits. Wow. You see. Right, if we look at the economic base, our primary source of living is agriculture,
Okay.
cattle farming, and crop farming. The shape of it, like a sorghum head or granary, symbolizes good harvest and prosperity. And during that era of the ancient Zimbabwe, people used to grow small grain crops, that is finger millet, teal millet, as well as sorghum. Maize, rice is something which is foreign. See.
So which one do you like? Brown Saza or white Saza?
If I have opportunity, I would like brown. And on the other hand, if we check at our modern political systems, adoption of it as a political symbol in Zimbabwe in 1987, we had two revolutionary parties, ZANU and ZAPU. They united in 1987 on the 22nd of December to form ZANU-PF. They adopted that background to be their political symbol, as a symbol for unity. As you can see, they're having two trees on both sides of the tower.
Yeah.
The tower might stand as an intermediary between the two. Please don't ask me when those trees were there, but what I can tell you is that in 1901, we have the oldest photograph. The background was just like that. The trees were as big as that. Some scholars, they say, I know, that tower, was it necessary to build that tower? People wasting their time. Some Europeans say there were treasures being hidden inside. You see, it was taller than that.
Oh.
The upper part was destroyed. It was 16 meters, now it's 9.5. They thought it was hollow, yet it's solid. So
this is incredible.
In a conic shape like that, getting back to the social aspect where we love women so much, it will be more like a decoration representing a male organ. The first wife was not supposed to go up there to see the men. No. It was simply there for, it was simply for the lesser wives, because she was more important than anyone. So that would be a dictionary where she would say, no, my husband, can we make a certain feature whereby when I look at it, I can think about you, just for memories. But
I don't buy that one. I don't buy that one. I just touched the great enclosure of the great Zimbabwe. Can you guys believe this? Look at the height. How did they do this? This is mind-blowing, man. I mean, if Africans were able to do this, I mean, knowing that we can interlock stones and build walls, what are we doing different then? I wish I can just run around the entire closure. I'm just gonna run the entire closure and see if I'll be able to make it. I want to run the entire closure. Oh my goodness. Look, I'm done. I'm running the entire closure. Oh.
That's the major design which you can see. We call that chevron. So as it shows crocodile teeth, it symbolizes fertility in women. So on the other note, when we talk about a crocodile is a symbolic feature for ancestral spirits. So there's a link between religion and the importance of women. Only because whenever we see women, we're considering families. And also, to have continuity of generations, we must have ladies who give us children. Now that we have it on a mansion which was meant for the queen, today we can have a lot of significance. We can see the significance of it when we look at the impact of it on the brands we have even nowadays. A lot of things which were made. You can see the Zimbabwe bird on our national flag. There's that pattern. I was talking about the Robert Mugabe International Airport. There's also those designs. There's another positive impact which you can see about those designs. It's only that here you only see the one pattern, the chevron. Otherwise, if you go to Cameroons in Bulawayo.
Welcome to Kami National Monument, which is also a World Heritage Site. This is a pre-colonial city.
There are a lot of patterning. Some might show the importance of political successions, unity, etc. But that's the most important part we have here. You can also see that pattern on pottery. And pottery making is done by ladies. That's why they can try by all means to show their own identity. Those designs again could be put on houses. The decorations were done by ladies. That's why they can try to show that they belong to the families. That's the importance of the chevron plate.
Wow. You guys don't know how I feel, yeah? Because I've been seeing this history in books. I've been seeing it on TV. But I never knew that a day would come. I'll actually come and experience it and listen to the actual story that happened in here. This is what I feel like a lot of Africans have no idea about. Can you do me a favor? Like this video, share this video. Let Africans know that you can never feel inferior on your own continent. They can try to discredit us on so many things, but the more you travel, the more you see things, the more you feel like, I am an African, not an African. Believe in yourself, you can do it.
We've been to the Great Enclosure, and this is part of the Valley Complex. The Great Enclosure is dominant in the valley. So the royal family members, the lesser wives of the kings, according to history, they've been living in most of these platforms. And as you can see, existence of aloe vera plants. It's one or other indication that ladies were living here, is they could use aloe vera for beautification. Remember, it was a matter of competition. Every one wanted to be the best on top of the rest.
Okay.
You see. Some might say, as we can count the number of enclosures, why can't we say that after each and every succession, the new king might want his new setup? It's another theory again, but which you can't say is true or false. But above all, considering the trading networks, because obviously we can't live in a society whereby we don't want wealth. People did alluvial mining, gold mining from the nearby rivers. We have Mtirikwe River. We shall see the view as we go up the hill. After mining all those gold, they could sell the gold again to the Arabs. Arabs going with the pieces to the Indian coast, where they could meet the Chinese, the Portuguese. There are a lot of trade goods which are found around the place. So strongly believe now that this could be used as a place for trade. Also, this could be used as a place for national gathering, considering a lot or multiple numbers of cattle teeth and bones which were found here. So people could use this place again for partying.
If this was built by Africans, why were the Europeans trying to discredit this?
It's all about development of history and who wants what and who wants what. So they became the first, probably maybe the most intelligent ones to be ahead of us, and as far as writing is concerned. Also, these guys remember all of the things which they were doing, they were looking for treasures. That's why most of the writings were European based.
Writings where?
Writing, like writing information about the history. Also, communication was a barrier. So it was better for them to manipulate us, because no one was able to communicate with them. Most of them who started writing, they've never seen Great Zimbabwe. Only hear rumors about this place. So they wrote what they wanted to market their books.
Okay.
We're now heading to the King's Palace, where all the political activities, political structures were organized by the chiefs or the kings.
Wow.
The military men being the chiefs of the military men and the spiritual leaders.
Which means this place was more like a city or a country which has its own government. One thing that I've noticed in here, to enter this place, you need to bow from the beginning.
A sign of respect. When entering a house, you have to show respect.
Because you're coming to the king's palace.
Yes. This whole place here,
whoa,
this is a place where most hut floors were found on this hilltop.
Most what?
Hut floors.
Okay.
So we can strongly believe that, of course, as we go up, there were houses as we go down. But this was the most important part. As you can see on this side, we can see some layers. This can be a depiction that probably new houses were built for new kings. So after gender succession, the whole houses were destroyed. So when excavations were done in 1915, you can see this one being a floor which was discovered. Now it's maintained. You see, it's not that typical, but there you can see a bench, a round panel there being a fireplace, and a pot stand. This is a setup of a kitchen. As I was telling you, that's where you can see the evidence that houses were like that. But wherever I was stepping, we were stepping on top of the ancient hut floors. And from this point also, of all the entrances or gateways, that's the only original.
This one?
That one. It was never timbered around with. But as a matter of time, you see some of the walls are developing bulges. We have the sculptures of the Zimbabwe bears, which were excavated around this place, or from here, which were used as symbols of religion. Whereas the real eagles we talk about is the fish eagle or the bateleur eagle. And that's where, when we talk about the African traditional religion. This is the most important enclosure here in Great Zimbabwe, even in Zimbabwe, because this was a place for religious ceremonies or ritual ceremonies. The carvings which were found here are 8. One of them had been in Germany. It was returned in Zimbabwe in 2003. Then the other 6 had been in South Africa from 1891 up to 1981. And they housed in Cecil Rhodes Museum. It's now a museum. It was his house. It's now a museum called Gruske Museum. So the 7 which were found here, they were mounted on the platforms which you can see, the other one on the top, that one, this one, and that one there. When they were found here, they were facing east. The element of facing east was there to show the light and the image of God whenever we see the sun rising. And even if we go to Christianity as well, that's why I was telling you that the missionaries tried by all means to try to put everything in our African setup so that it was going to be easy for us to be manipulated. The altars are on the eastern side of the church. That's also how we do our African traditional religion. We face east. See, because those carvings were found here, that's why we are forced to believe that this small enclosure was a place for ritual or religious ceremonies, but mainly for the elite, not everyone. Other national gatherings for the royalties could be done in the great enclosure. Yeah. But for the most elite, that would be very political. You see. Now, we have the shape of the Zimbabwe bird, which is on our national flag. If you look at this drawing, this is how the real sculpture looks like. It has this chevron pattern.
Again.
So the lower part is meant for women. Because for us to have continuity of generations, we must have ladies who give us children. And we talk about economic and social life. Then on the edge of it, there's a crocodile symbolizing the spirits of ancestors. Whereas the upper part is meant for leadership. Leaders house on the top. You see, on our national flag, it symbolizes a national heritage. So for as long as we have the political environment, social, economic, and religious environment, our ecosystem is complete. Now let's see the shape. I just want us to look at 2 natural borders, the vertical border and the horizontal one. But it's just a coincidence. Probably one of the artisans was sitting here, or maybe playing thumb piano and stuff. And looked at the background, probably it fascinated him, and considered that I have to make a crown for my chief in form of that shape. So if you look at the vertical rock, you can see this part.
Yeah.
As you go down, being the neck, that part on our left-hand side will be the chest. That horizontal border represents the wing, whereas the remaining part on the vertical rock being the lower part, where the incisions were put. So this is probably where the shape of the Zimbabwe bird was taken from. So this is the most important enclosure on this zoo complex.
Why did they call it the Zimbabwean bird?
It's now because we are now in Zimbabwe. But obviously during the monuments of Rhodesia, I don't know, but probably they would call it the Rhodesian bird, we may never know.
But there's a bird that really exists?
This one exists, and fish eagle exists. You can find it where there's heavy flows of water. Even if you go to Lake Mtirikwi, you can find the fish eagle. If you go to Kariba, if you go to Save River, you can find fish eagles. Fish eagles are found where there's water.
Don't even know what to say, man. Don't really know what to say.
The causes for the decline and ultimate abandonment of the site around 1450 have been suggested as due to 1. A decline in trade compared to sites further north. 2. The exhaustion of gold mines and mineral resources such as salt. 3. Political instability. 4. Famine and water shortages induced by climate change. To black nationalist groups, Great Zimbabwe became an important symbol of achievement by Africans. It still is a testimony that proves that African civilization had kicked off long before colonization. It might not have been documented, but it is still alive and resides in the heart of the African people. This is the Great Zimbabwe, the extensive stone ruins of an African iron city.
I am an African, not an African. I am superior, not inferior. As a black man, I am capable of managing my own affairs, not incapable. And you know how I feel this way? Because I found myself in Great Zimbabwe, where my ancestors came together and decided to do something unimaginable, something that when the Europeans discovered, they tried as much as possible to discredit them for doing something that in years to come, they wouldn't be able to achieve. This is why I'm on a journey to let Africans know that it's possible to do unimaginable. Don't let anybody deceive you. Don't let anybody tell you that you cannot do it. All you need to do is to believe, because the ancestors who built this believed in themselves. It's been ages, centuries, decades, yet people cannot figure out how they manage to put rocks together without mortar. People cannot identify how they were able to put rocks together without cement. If these people are your ancestors, you gotta feel proud. It's time for you to walk with your shoulders up and say that I am an African.
Mr. Ghana, baby, Africa to the world.
When you live outside, outside, I mean outside Africa, other countries, diaspora, they tell you only bad things in our continent, in our country. For example, I'm from Mogadishu. If I open the video, if I open the radio, TV, yeah. Like.
What makes the Great Zimbabwe so unique?
The walls, the architecture.
How make you feel?
It makes me proud to be Zimbabwean. I'm proud to be Zimbabwean. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be part of running this facility.
Why would you bring tourists all the way from Australia to Zimbabwe? Why Zimbabwe?
Easy. I've been coming to Africa for 32 years. And in all the countries I've been into in Africa, this is my favourite. They're friendly, they're educated, they're intelligent. The nation is beautiful, look at this. And the variety of landscapes and the variety of cultural items, this is my favourite. They're friendly, they're educated, they're intelligent. The nation is beautiful, look at this. And the variety of landscapes and the variety of cultural items you can look at is vast. Plus we have real wilderness here, real wilderness. You go to Wangi National Park has no fences. Then there's the Forestry Commission, no fences. That area is the size of the country of Belgium, with just wildlife and no people.
Welcome back to 5410 Africa, the channel that helps you travel Africa. In this video we are visiting the Wangi National Park, and I'll provide you with all the information you might need to do the trip yourself. I left Victoria Falls less than an hour ago after spending 6 marvelous nights camping there. Check out my Victoria Falls video if you haven't yet, and traveled about 50 kilometers south to get here. We're just after the turn off to Robin's Camp as well as the Pandamatenga border post. The plan is to camp for 3 nights in the park, 1 night each at Robin's Camp, Sinamantela as well as the Guvalava platform. Because it's the cheapest, join my Patreon. But I don't want to say too much. Let's pass through the park gate and I'll start sharing some information. At nearly 15,000 square kilometers, Wangi is the largest as well as the oldest and most popular park in Zimbabwe. It lies in the northwest of the country, just off the A8 main road between Bulawayo and Victoria Falls. I'm told to expect about 100 mammal species, including the big 5, more than 400 bird species and massive herds of elephant. It's wild, it's remote. What more would you want in life?
Name?
The date, name.
ID number?
ID
passport.
number.
Okay.
Nationality.
I also pay here.
Hello?
I pay here the park.
No, we pay to the main office. Then.
Oh, I can pay at Robin's Camp?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
That's it, we're in. I paid $20 US per night camping. For me, you can pay it in cash or credit card. Again, amazed. They have Wi-Fi, $3 for 3 gigs. Beautiful swimming pool and lots more. And then on this side is the parks office. I paid $10 per day to be inside the park because I'm using park accommodation. If not, then you're going to pay $20 US per day. And I paid $10 to have my car inside. That's $10 for every 5 days. Then the campsites themselves, if you want a full review, you can join my Patreon. I do that for my Patreons on our little WhatsApp group. But yeah, looks decent. There's some piney trees for shade. It is in the sand. There's a bin, I think electricity that works. There's a tap, place to braai, place to sit. I think this is the perfect camp for that first night in Wangi, just to settle in. I'm going to set up camp and then go for a little drive, and if I see anything interesting, I'll share that with you. Well, we didn't see anything interesting. Also, it's the next morning if you haven't noticed. Well, we did see some impala, lots of zebra, as well as some sable. I think it was sable. We had little toms, one of the waterholes in the vicinity of Robin's Camp. We left early this morning. Sunrise was at 06:37. It's the middle of August, just for information. I had a beautiful drive with the sun rising. Went to Big Tom's as well. That's another waterhole in the vicinity. Didn't see much there, but it's still a very beautiful waterhole. The plan has already changed. Going from 3-4 nights to 6 nights. I want to spend 2 nights each at Robin's Camp, as well as Sinamantela, as well as the Guvalava platform, or maybe somewhere else. We'll see. We'll see how things turn out. That just gives me enough time to show you the camps as well as the surrounding areas. And from here, we're just going to explore, explore, explore. Is that a fish eagle? Did you hear that? That's awesome. Yeah, we're at the croc and hippo pools. One of the other spots or hides or water holes around Robin's Camp. I can confirm I've seen both crocodiles as well as hippos. It's not been a very successful morning, except for those elephant. I didn't see much else. And from here I'll go back to reception because I need to pay for another night's camping. I'll also ask him what other types of accommodation they have. I'll give you that information. Maybe go to the swimming pool, tell you about the other facilities and show you around a bit. Yes, I did go to reception. Yes, I did book another night. They do have other accommodation. You can get a room in a chalet for $170 per person per night. Then as well as the swimming pool, they also have a bar and restaurant, as well as a lookout tower, which you can climb and have a good look from. I showed you the campsite. Beautiful, brand new ablutions with hot water. And from the campsite, there's a passageway that takes you to the main camp. I'm now at Big Tom's waterhole, meaning I've shown you all 3 waterholes in the vicinity today. And I think that's it for chapter 1 of this video, Robin's Camp. If you have any questions about the camp or entry, pop them in the comments below and I'll gladly answer them. And tomorrow we'll start chapter 2 on the Sinamantela camp. I woke up quite late this morning, quite lazily and slowly, had a decent cup of coffee, I always do. Broke up camp. And chapter 2 of this video takes us 60 kilometers east of Robin's Camp to Sinamantela. Whereas Robin's Camp is situated on the northern gate of the park, Sinamantela is the entry gate from the eastern side. The main road in the park runs from main camp in the southeast directly to Robin's in the northwest, and about halfway, roughly halfway, there's a turn off to the east, and that's the one that goes to Sinamantela. All 3 of these camps can be accessed from the A8 tar road, which runs parallel to the park, and that's also the road that runs between Bulawayo and Victoria Falls. Starting in the south, main camp can be accessed from the town of Tete, Sinamantela from Wangi town, and Robin's from Victoria Falls, as well as the Pandamatenga border post or crossing with Botswana. This is the Tima Dam, one of the exclusive campsites you find all over Wangi National Park. And yes, you can actually book and sleep here all by yourself. There's toilets, hot water showers and a hide. And how it works is everybody else is still allowed to use the spot during the day, but at night it's exclusively yours. But that's not the reason I came here. I came here because I was told there's lion in the area. Just spoke to the ranger. They were there in the corner of the dam the whole morning, but unfortunately they left. I did go for a little drive around, couldn't find them. And then of course I asked the ranger if I can sleep here tonight. He contacted the office and unfortunately it's already booked. So we're gonna have to move on to Sinamantela camp, our original plan, which is still another 50 kilometers away. Well, we found something nice and there's such a big smile on my face. Don't say I don't show you nice places. Oh my word, check out this view. I'm gonna take every camera I have and take a picture of this view and try and recreate it for you. Yes, the camp is shot. The campsite is shot. I think officially it's closed, but if you ask them nicely, they'll let you stay here. I'm the only one in the camp, like literally the only one here. This is so beautiful. The road here was alright. 4x4, yes. I don't want to say you're not going to need a 4x4, because if I say that, people are going to quote me, and when they get stuck, they're going to say, but Nick, you said 4x4. Yes, I can see it's dry season now. I can see that it can be a problem in the wet season. More important is a good set of tires. I'm using the Maps.me app to navigate. I couldn't find a paper map for Zimbabwe, so I didn't get one. Then fuel, there's no fuel in any of the camps. Outside of the park, you're going to find fuel at Vic Falls that I've seen myself. Then I'll confirm Wangi Town as well as Dete. And that's about it, $17 per person per night to camp here. It's basically, now it's just a wild camping spot on a beautiful hill.
There's many ways to be happy. You can do whatever you like. You don't have to be ready. You just gotta trust the right. Don't have to be scary. You just gotta follow the light.
Currently exploring the Kashavi Loop, which basically runs around the hill that Time.Until camp is situated on. Yesterday afternoon I had another change of mind after finding out that the densest concentrations of game is south or below that turn off to Time.Until. Also, I've shown you everything I can. I had a walk around the camp yesterday. Things don't look good. I've shown you the view. So really no use on staying another night. So I've asked the ranger at reception to try and book Masuma Dam for me, that spot for me tonight. It's only about 26 kilometers away. And then for the 2 nights after that, the Guvalava platform. So for now, I'm just going to carry on exploring this area. And the focus for the next 3 days is just going to be on finding animals, which has been extremely tough.
You say you don't want to get in trouble, that you don't find 'cause you got me.
The verdict is in. Fortunately, Masuma is fully booked for tonight and a couple of nights after that. But we did reach some kind of compromise. Shumba is apparently empty tonight. I met a couple up in Robin's camp. They said it's beautiful, so I'm happy to go there. Guvalava is no longer fit for human use. But after a bit of begging, they told me, okay, stop there tomorrow. If you're happy with it or happy to sleep there, come to main camp and book it. We'll keep it for you. For now, I just need to pack up all of this. Then we'll still go to Mandavu Dam and then to Masuma, just have a look. And then on to Shumba. That's a lot of different names and stuff. I'll put a map on the screen just to keep you orientated. Unfortunately, due to overbooking, I will now have to spend the night at Masuma Dam. This is where I'm spending it. The campsite's outside. I still need to pitch my tent. Yeah, a little bit extra driving, but who's complaining? This is all mine for the night. So how the picnic sites work is during the day, I think I've already explained this. During the day, everybody can use them. At 6 o'clock, they lock the gate and it's exclusively yours. So I get to use this water hole exclusively tonight as well as tomorrow morning. Not complaining. Ever since there's some elephant coming, there's about 10 hippos on that side, there's 2 buffalo drinking water that side. Ever since I came back on the main road from Time.Until, there's definitely been an increase in game, especially elephants. I've seen more than 100 elephants by now. Also got a little mock charge, my first one ever. Yeah, it's been a good day. Like I said, the next couple of days, hopefully we move to Guvalava tomorrow. Next couple of days is only about finding animals. And I'll share those last few bits of information. GLORIFY platform I've been on about since the start of this video. Finally arrived here. Yes, it is a bit broken down. I could still stay here, I don't have an issue. The facility is obviously gone. And look at that, can you see in the background? Elephant. That's why. Staying at Masuma last night just showed me why you need to stay at this spot. More than 100 elephant last night, hippos swimming, them getting into arguments, lions roaring. It's something special, it's very different. Only issue is driving down, not a lot of animals. I don't know what's happened. But more pressing is from Shumbapan. It seems like there used to be a tar road that's just gone. Well, it's falling apart in some places, in other areas it's just gone. Worst corrugations I've ever experienced in my life. So I'm having mixed feelings about the road and having to drive 30 kilometers from here to main camp, booking this, paying and coming back another 30 kilometers on this road. I don't think I'm up to it.
You knocked me down, swept my feet off the ground, left me on the floor. Hard to resist, got me looking like this, like no one before. 'Cause I must be strong, 'cause this might go on for long. 'Cause I was wrong, and he's always there for you.
And this is where we end this video, not as expected in the main camp campsite. They didn't want to give me Guvalala. They say it's not safe to stay there, the water's not clean, facilities, etc, etc. I wasn't going to drive back 30 kilometers anyway. So for information from Shumbapan all the way here, the road is shot. Use any other alternative you can find. Campsite here is, if you have to one night, I would rather stay outside the gate or pay a little bit extra at $17 US per person per night. Pay a little bit extra and use one of the exclusive sites or picnic sites. That's about it. I think I gave you all the information you'll need to come to Wangi. I'll put a lot of information in the description below. You can always ask. Yes, there is some cell phone signal in main camp. They do have a restaurant, Wi-Fi. None of the above works properly. And that's it. Let me not carry on. Let me not ramble too much. Anyways, hope you enjoyed that. Hope it was useful. If you did, smash the like button. Consider joining my Patreon for only $5 per month. I'm Nick from Namibia, from Wangi National Park in Zimbabwe. You'll be watching 5410 Africa.
Nice and bright, lovely for the elephant. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, nice donkeys.
We were fortunate enough to be able to travel to Zimbabwe for a second time, even during the difficult COVID pandemic. This time around, we entered on the Rovers Rail train, and if you haven't seen my video about that incredible train journey yet, make sure to subscribe and watch it right after this one. We picked up a rented car from the airport and made our way to Robins Camp, situated in Wangi National Park. Although parts of the road getting to Robins Camp from Victoria Falls Airport was somewhat challenging, we made it through our entire journey without a problem. If it was the rainy season though, it would have been an entirely different story. Robins Camp is about an hour's drive from Victoria Falls Airport and is named after Herbert George Robins. In the early 1900s, he acquired about 26,000 acres of land. He took an active step to stop hunting and poaching on his land and developed it into a large private zoological park. In 1934, fearing that his land would be sold on his death to become a shooting box, he offered to bequeath it to the Southern Rhodesian government, now known as Zimbabwe, on condition that it be maintained for all time as a game sanctuary. It then became part of Wangi National Park. Currently, Robbins Camp is under new management and privately owned.
I'll bring them back to you. Hello, hello, hello. You mustn't close the bar yet, we're thirsty.
This side is called Mopani.
Mopani?
One side, so we've got a lot of Mopani trees.
Oh, sweet.
Then the other side, with the other rooms, it's called Acacia.
Acacia.
Not sure where the acacia trees went, but probably there were a lot of acacias there. Thank you so much. It's gorgeous. All right.
The rooms are tastefully decorated using recycled and local items and fabrics. There are 36 chalets as well as 25 campsites available at Robbins Camp. Facilities include a crystal clear swimming pool, guaranteed to be the best way to beat the African heat. They also offer game drives in the morning and late afternoon. The Ahina bar is open daily and serves some refreshing local and international drinks.
So two big ones starting
You said, what
two big warthogs. Massive warthogs.
They usually
Big.
come and eat alone. They come right under the fence.
They come
There's a
under the
family-
fence?
Yeah, they come under the fence.
So like can't lions and cheetahs come under the fence?
No,
and
unfortunately, we've never had that.
The staff here were so friendly and we enjoyed having conversations regarding the camp and park with them. They went out of their way to make our stay feel special and memorable. Because of the devastating effects of COVID in the travel industry, we were the only guests in camp. I urge you to please support this camp and other camps inside Wangi once this pandemic has subsided. Next morning, we came across this lovely dam where we spotted lots of birds, zebra and some hippos. Wangi National Park is the country's largest park, covering an area of 14,600 square kilometers. Not only is it home to over 100 species of mammals and almost 400 species of birds, Wangi also contains one of the largest elephant populations in the world. Our second camp was Nahimba Lodge. It's situated inside a private concession within Wangi. The main guest area and the 9 spacious guest accommodations are thatched tents built on teak decks, overlooking the magnificent Lodge Pan, a spot that's frequented by a variety of wildlife. Again, we were the only guests in camp. The well-trained staff treats guests like royalty here, and they surely looked well after us.
What were you thinking?
This wild and unspoiled bush paradise isn't fenced off, so animals can freely walk in and out of camp. That's why you are escorted by staff to your accommodation. Each unit has a deck looking out on the pan, so if you are lucky, there's a chance that you can enjoy some great game viewing from the comfort of your patio. Unfortunately, we weren't that lucky. Drinks aren't provided here, which suited us perfectly, as we normally travel with our own drinks. I think Ralph was very brave to get into the pool. Although the pool wasn't too cold and the day was hot, this was still during winter, so a no-go for me. In order for me to get in, it has to be a heated pool or midsummer. Late afternoon, we went on an included game drive excursion. Our highly trained guide was very knowledgeable about the wildlife in the area. This is what our camp looks like from the other side of the watering hole.
One of the beauties of Wang is such diverse changes of geology. You get these belts of what we call mapani. So in the mapani you get these big waterholes because mapani typically will grow in clay soils. So all of this is clay soil. So when you get clay, clay holds water very well. So come the rain season, this pan when it's full is So this is the Nahimba Seeps, so extremely special place to us as a camp and to the park itself.
The seep here almost looks like an elephant graveyard with the amount of bones in the area. We were lucky to see loads of elephants on our game drive, some afar and others more closely. This was the perfect spot to enjoy some snacks and sundowner drinks. I absolutely loved this perfect setting, and we certainly left with memories to last a lifetime. Back at camp, our private dinner table was all set up, and the sweet smell of the fireplace teased our senses. While enjoying our dinner, we got a visit from some elephants who came to drink from the watering hole. This was truly a magical experience I won't soon forget. After dinner, we finished the night by stargazing the beautiful night sky next to the warm fire. Next morning, after breakfast, we drove through a big portion of Wangi. Our first stop was Wangi Main Camp to see what it looks like. Although the accommodation might need a bit of work, I would definitely stay here in future. For a camp that's run by the government, I must say it's in a fair good condition. The camp was clean and well maintained. Staff were friendly, and they even had a little shop for basic supplies. From there, we drove to Wangi Safari Lodge, which is just down the road from the main camp. Because of road conditions, we decided to leave our car here and arranged a transfer with the camp we were staying at that night. It's a lovely looking lodge and also recently renovated. We got transferred to our next accommodation by Ashton, the manager at Iganyana Tented Camp, which is situated on an exclusive wildlife concession bordering Wangi. Arriving felt special, with a refreshing welcome drink waiting for us. The camp looks out over the wide, open grass plain of the long dry Deity riverbed. The camp is also open, and a low wall of twisted branches is all that separates you from the wilderness and wild animals beyond. The large dining and lounging area felt luxurious and made you feel relaxed and fully escaped from the hustle and bustle of city life. The accommodation was spectacular, fully tented but with luxurious linen and bed inside. We enjoyed some lovely meals while overlooking the pool and watering hole. Naturally, we had to go on a game drive. This was not included, but wasn't too pricey either. We got up close to loads of impala and wildebeest, which were grazing right in front of our camp.
Look at how they move, lifting the legs from one side at the same time. Then if other animals use the same system, they will fall down. But these guys, they use the neck for balancing.
Another beautiful sundowner setting, which got interrupted by an elephant wanting to drink.
us, hey? Thank you very much.
After dinner, we ended the night small talking to other guests next to a cozy fire before being escorted by an armed guard back to our tent. From Iganyana, we drove through some small towns to get to Victoria Falls. Here we stayed at Batonka Guest Lodge. As you can see, it also boasts a lovely room, sparkling pool and large dining veranda. We quickly went for our COVID test in order to fly back to South Africa, and afterwards we went to view the historic 5-star Victoria Falls Hotel. The Edwardian-style hotel, built in 1904, was splendidly redecorated in 2013 to combine its traditional majesty with modern sophistication. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth stayed here during her royal tour of Zimbabwe in 1947. The hotel has a prime location overlooking the mighty Victoria Falls and the impressive bridge crossing over the Zambezi River joining Zimbabwe and Zambia. No trip to Zimbabwe would be completed without a visit to the majestic Victoria Falls, and that's exactly how we ended our trip. The falls are fed with water from the Zambezi River, which is the 4th longest river in Africa. You get to view amazing rainbows in the area because of the mist spray from the falls. The falls has a height of 108 meters and extends over 1,700 meters wide. We walked all along the Zimbabwean side of the falls, but they can also be viewed from the Zambian side, which is just as impressive. If you are planning to visit the falls during a peak season, remember to take a jacket or poncho with, because you are guaranteed to get wet. I would also suggest to maybe wear comfortable, non-slip, open shoes or those water shoes, because you would hate to get your Nike Air shoes soaking wet. That's it, guys. If you like this video, remember to like and subscribe in order to see more of our past and future travel videos, and follow my Instagram page to see photos about our trips. Thanks for watching.
This adventure supported by Lacey, Indiflate, Cross Country Insurance, brought to you by the financial consultants NetSure. In this episode, Bruce, John and myself head for the Nyamepi campsites. We experience some wild encounters alongside the mighty Zambezi. And Mana Pools claims more than one victim. We make a maintenance stop in Harare and make the big push to adventure a World Heritage Site.
Welcome to Snamatela. We've just come off of the cut line.
Leaving the Chitaki campsite, we decide to ignore the Tracks for Africa map routing and turn right instead of left. This drive would take us a full day to do, as we travel 75 kilometers to reach our destination for a 2-night stay at the Nyamepi campsites. The Mocheni campsites would be our last 2-night stop in the Mana Pools National Park.
So it's been an absolutely fantastic mid-morning. The time now is 1:30. The maps told us to go left to go to Nyamepi. We obviously went right. We saw a really impressive baobab tree in the middle of the road. And just enjoying the drive. We haven't seen too much in the way of wildlife other than the lions this morning, but yeah, let's see how the drive goes. I'm loving it.
Bruce, John and myself are excited to be on the roads of this wild place. Every moment here has everything to do with adventure shared.
So we've been on the road for quite a bit of time now. And yeah, what an awesome track that leads us all the way down to the Zambezi. I mean, we've gone through so many mopani forests, and even now we're still surrounded by mopani trees. But we've just found this little pond, an oasis. It's the first bit of water we've actually seen so far on this trip. in terms of size. It's quite big, and it looks like the ideal spot to do game viewing, hey? And I see quite a lot of activity on the water's edge with regards to spoor and footprints left by animals that do come down to drink and use this waterhole. But it just looks splendid. We've got massive cloud build-up. The cumulonimbus clouds are building up, so we might even get rain. If I'm honest, we might get rain. But we just pulled up now. We're going to have a bit of lunch, and yeah, what a trip.
What's happening there, bud? This was bought specially for Ryan. It's called a Ring of Fire. Ryan tends to like his food a little bit hot. I hope it doesn't refer to what happens tomorrow.
I also hope it doesn't refer to the Ring of Fire as in the Ring of Fire tomorrow morning. We got to dig a bit of hot stuff. And yeah, Jono is trying to convert me and bring my inner Indian out. So, hey, I look forward to his Ring of Fire. Not his Ring of Fire, but the Ring of Fire.
Driving in this part of the Mana pools has to be something we all get to experience at least once in our lifetime. This simply is some of the best adventure overland driving experiences I've had to date. With a sense of the wild at every corner on some rough roads, the trip just gets better and better. We drive through forests, several ecosystems, and cross more than a few dry riverbeds. And, well, I am in my element. It's not very often that a track has the ability to pull my attention away from looking for wildlife. But this drive is just something else. Another long day's drive as we pull into campsite 17 at the Nyamepi campsites. Setup, prep and cook is simply magic, with the sounds of hippos calling in the distance.
We are here on the mighty Zambezi, and the three of us have camped and set our tents on literally 2 meters, 3 meters from the shoreline of the mighty Zambezi. Behind me, we've got an elephant swimming across the Zambezi and heading to the island, which I think is actually no man's land. I don't know if Zimbabwe owns it or Zambia. And the big gomos or mountains in the background, that's Zambia. And I tell you, in fact, let me not tell you, let me show you. Have a look at this.
The Mana Pools National Park feels so very different to most national parks I've visited. It is a wilderness that I am unfamiliar with. Located in the northern part of Zimbabwe, Mana Pools National Park is a wildlife conservancy area of 219,600 hectares. The word Mana is derived from the Shona language, which means four, and is significant to the 4 large permanent pools formed by the meanderings of the lower Zambezi River. This national park is located in what is termed the Lower Zambezi area, and as such is subject to the rise and fall of the Zambezi River below the Lake Kariba dam wall. The result of this makes this area a reliable water source to the many large numbers of wildlife that frequent the area. It is renowned as one of Africa's best game viewing regions. Monopools is one of the world's best preserved natural ecological areas, and based on its pure wilderness and shared size with the Sapi Safari Area and Chewore Safari Area, it was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1984, constituting an area of 676,600 hectares.
Right, so I think it's night 7, waking up early every morning, 5:30, 6 o'clock. Yeah, it starts to catch up, you know. I think we've also had a couple of days long driving, so yeah, I'm beginning to feel a bit tired, but really exciting. John and I took a game drive today. I drove shotgun with Jono in his Fortuner, and every night we've heard lion, every night we've heard hyena, since we've been in monopools, and tonight we got a visit from a big bull elephant, and it's really nice to see. We've also had hippo swimming up and down the banks of the mighty Zambezi River, and they've all been going off in the background, which is, yeah, just phenomenal. The night sounds here are, oh wow. But I'm looking forward to what tomorrow brings. But until then, I'll see you tomorrow. The 2 mornings that we had at Nyomepi is simply stunning, but beware this little fella and his gang of merry thieves. At the crack of dawn, they will begin to test your determination on keeping your eyes closed and hostile natures in check. The monkeys in this area, like most, are real opportunists and literally need a second to rob you blind of everything you deem essential when doing long overlanding trips. Keep your doors and windows closed and anything else covered when these little guys roll into camp. Morning. And being our last morning in Nyamepi, it's bittersweet actually, but we head on to Mucheni today, which I'm really excited about. I've never been to Mana Pools, full stop. So in Nyamepi, what do you need to know about Nyamepi? The ablution facilities are, if I were to score it out of 10, I'd give it a 5. And the only reason I give it a 5 is water is not always guaranteed. Unfortunately, they've got an outside water storage facility, and yeah, I would imagine the elephants knock that. So Nyamepi, overall a really beautiful campsite. Look, there are a lot of campsites, and we stayed or were booked at number 9, which to be honest is not a great campsite. So we stayed at number 17, which was excellent. They've got water taps that are dotted around the campsite. We used those to clean this morning, for example's sake. You get hyena in camp at night time, you get elephant, hippos, everything comes through that camp. So you need to be very cautious and very vigilant.
The Mucheni campsite is 12 kilometers from the Nyamepi campsite. The drive is easygoing, but keep a lookout for stumps on track. This area has large mahogany and wild fig trees that will dwarf the vehicles you drive. Take the opportunity to stop at waterholes and take the odd offshoot road from the main track, as the game viewing opportunities are superb. Mana Pools is known as the land of giants. And meet the official YouTube elephant legend, Boswell. Boswell gained international notoriety on account of him being able to stand upright on his hind legs to grab at branches and fruit out of reach of the other elephants. He is one of 7 elephants in the Mana Pools National Park that has been collared by the Bush Life Support Unit in support with the Zimbabwe National Parks for the prevention of poaching these gentle giants.
We're on a game drive now, and we're alongside now a big male elephant, and he's got a tracking collar on, and yeah, just enjoying, absolutely enjoying. So we're here at campsite number 4 in Mucheni. I've got a hippo going off in the background, and we've just rolled into camp. How splendid is that? Absolutely golden. We've got the sun setting behind us, and where would you rather be than the Mucheni campsite? It is absolutely wild, guys. There are no ablution facilities at campsite number 4. Campsite number 3 has a rudimentary long drop, and campsite 1 and 2 are taken up by tour operators. We're here enjoying the mighty Zambezi. It's simply fantastic.
We are camped right alongside the Zambezi River, and we're quite close to a really big sausage tree. And for those of you who ever do go and camp underneath the sausage tree, be very, very careful. Sausage tree, if one of those fruit fall, and it is in season to fall, it can take you out, eh? Sausage fruit is a dangerous thing, and there are some pretty big ones in the tree that we are very close to. I heard them falling last night. Maybe 2 of them fell. So yeah, always be cautious when you close to a sausage tree. Last night we had an elephant come right into campsite. I don't know, about maybe 3 o'clock, and so silent, eh? He touched my tent, and then he walked right through the middle of camp, and yeah, just beautiful, eh? I've just woken up and I thought I'd show you the view. Look at the view out of my tent. I mean, it's stunning.
Fishing the Zambezi River in monopools is allowed, but be sure to get your fishing permit at the Nyamepi reception desk. It costs $5 per day of fishing per person. And on this trip, like most, for me, the tigers just weren't on the bite. And yes, I'm sticking with this reasoning.
So we're just sitting here in camp, and lo and behold, we've just had an extremely wild encounter that leaves you almost speechless. We've got this hippo, and they've just come down off the bank, and it's busy grazing right in front of us. We're being extremely cautious not to put ourselves between it and the water, and we're just moving very slowly and keeping it down. She's in the background now, just happily munching grass, and it's quite surprising just how much grass they actually eat. It's been going on now for about an hour, and what a privilege, eh? What a privilege, and somewhat spoiled, to be quite honest. And there's just something about camping alongside a big river like this. You know, when you go to bed at night, you sleep proper. We had a lion roaring maybe a kilometer away from camp, just in the tree line, in the thick of the tree line, and that's not far. That's not far at all. But yeah, what a splendid place, and wild camping at its best, with very, very wild encounters. I woke up and have got a slow puncture, so we've got to try and sort that out today. I'm sure a plug or two will be able to sort it out. But just happy to be here. Today we chill in camp. Maybe we go for a game drive this afternoon. So the car is running. We've just been running the compressor. Obviously I've got a puncture. I rolled the car a little bit forward, and the pressure went from 1.9 bar to 0 within minutes. And now the air compressor is not filling up the tire. because it's completely deflated. So John has just recently purchased this Gore-Tex scissor jack, and it's extremely heavy duty. It's a very heavy jack to carry around, but this thing is absolutely unbelievable. It can go really, really high to match your chassis or high lift jack point. We found a small little hole from a crack. Could have been from old age, wear and tear, or I could have hit a stump yesterday. But yeah, what an impressive jack, the Gore-Tex scissor jack. Go and have a look-see and find out more about it online. It's a really impressive jack, and I'm quite happy to be using it at the moment. So magic to be on the Zambezi. We've got Hippo going off in the background, and every time I want to film, they decide to let themselves be known. So we just finished up sorting out the tire now, and I didn't realize this, but the cut was quite big. We ended up using 8 plugs, anything above 5 plugs. The first recommendations that I would make is get to your nearest tire fitment center and get them to either do a proper job on the repair or replace the tire. The job is done now. I've got a tire pressure monitoring system. I have mine sitting up on my dashboard, and it gives you a true reflection of just what's happening with your tire pressures. So have a look at getting a TPMS. It will save your tire and could save your life. But guys, this is our last evening at Mucheni campsite number 4. We've got elephants moving in the background, hippos singing, the Zambezi River, good mates, good times, and real wild encounters. Absolutely golden. I'm going to be sad to be leaving this spot tomorrow, but Jono and I, we move on to Masvinga, where we go to Lake Kyle, but looking forward to taking you on the adventures. This is what can happen if you don't walk around with a headlight torch. Last night I was talking to the guys and I tripped over a piece of wood, and there was another piece of wood just above my head, and I went straight into it with my nose. And the guys are saying it's quite bad, eh? Thank goodness we've got Surgeon John here, and yeah, he's trying to get it sorted out as best as he can. But yeah, so let that be a lesson to you. Always move around your campsite with the headlight torch. This can happen. Always be prepared for injuries. You get a great medical kit, maybe just show them there, Bruce.
So this is John's medical kit. Look, he's qualified to use these things, we're not. But you do need the basics at least. You need plasters, things that can get you to the nearest help. And maybe doing a first aid course is not a bad idea.
So we are still in Mana Pools, and we've had actually quite a fruitful morning in terms of game viewing. Zebra, we saw some kudu in the distance, lots of impala, some big baboons. Anyways, we're following a road that takes us to Kangapan, and we're not too far now from Kangapan, and then we're hoping, and Tracks for Africa doesn't show it, and we're hoping that it connects up with the main road so that we can obviously exit. If it doesn't, well, then we've got quite a way to backtrack, which means then that we have to make a plan, because that's a big drive. We've just done quite a big drive. We've been driving for about an hour and a half, and I tell you, the road we're driving to Kangapan, wow, true sense of adventure, true sense of adventure, and just absolutely a 4x4 enthusiast's off-road, overlanding, adventurous dream. I'm going to use the trusty InDeflate unit. If you don't know about this unit, go and do some research. It's an amazing little unit. It allows you to inflate and deflate 2 tires simultaneously. So I just really like it. It's just really nifty and it works very well.
Taking the long way out of Mana Pools and with spirits a bit down, we make it to the main road and begin the hard drive to Harare. This 395-kilometer drive takes 6.5 hours to do, but with a fantastic lunch stop at Saucy Sue's, the tough, narrow roads, bloated with all the trucks, add an hour and a half to your estimated arrival times.
Okay, so it's morning and we are in the most unusual of circumstances with the most friendliest and amazing of people. We are here at Padenga and I met up with my now good friend Graham. Thank you so much for hosting the three of us last night, and we'll never do that sort of thing justice. I really appreciate you opening up your office space and allowing us to pull out on the grass, sit around a fire, set up camp in your backyard in the middle of Harare. Just really awesome. Yeah, making up a cup of coffee for the boys now. And again, Graham, Caroline, Corrine, you guys, it was really lekker to make new friends, sit around a fire with like-minded people, share stories, have good laughs, and just enjoy. And I think that shows a really massive growth for the overlanding spirit. And hopefully one day I can repay the favor, my mate. But yeah, absolutely, spot on. But let's get this cup of coffee going.
Graham arrives early morning to assist with my damaged tire, and in the process rolls in with this beaut. A well-balanced, practically engineered and well-kitted Toyota 79 Series Land Cruiser, single cab, designed by the bullet himself, overland build pioneer Paul Marsh. This overlanding rig is definitely one to drool over, and yes, this is an active overlanding vehicle, recently done for a round trip to visit Zimbabwe's most remote places.
Wow, this is an absolute adventure just to get out of Harare. I tell you guys, I don't know where we're at. We're trying to get to Masvingo. The traffic is unbelievable. A lot of the traffic lights don't work. A lot of the roads are in really major need for repair. It looks like we've come in to a dead end, so we're gonna have to turn around. But yeah, I tell you, man, wow. Thank goodness we've got Graham, my mate in Zimbabwe. He's based here. He's a tour operator, and I'll leave all his information down below. I think when coming to Zimbabwe, he would be my first point of contact going forward, just to find out what's doable, what kind of trip I want to do, and get all the plans for that trip made. A chap with a wealth of knowledge for Zimbabwe, and someone very passionate about overlanding, adventure traveling, and opening up Zimbabwe to foreign travelers to go and see the beauties of some of these places. And I mean, there are plenty in Zimbabwe, plenty. But yeah, just be careful if you do come to the major cities. The traffic, I just never realized, is unbelievable. It's almost on the brink of sheer chaos.
so much, my man. I look forward to joining you on your flippin' amazing adventures. Dixon, thanks again, brother. You got us out of the jam. Yeah, thank you. All right, so we've got to press on to Masvingo. Take it easy when you're on the Zimbabwe ride. But we're looking forward to the drive. It's going to take about 3 hours or so. We're not in a rush.
Getting out of Harare somewhat late, we hit the road and drive the 295 kilometers to Masvingo, where I would be spending 2 nights. This is a fairly easy 4-hour drive, but on this stretch, watch out for buses, taxis, trucks, and the occasional roadworks. Finally, and for the first time on this trip, we arrive at our destination with daylight to spare, and what a pleasure.
Jana, how was the drive today, bud?
Yeah, spectacular. Look, a couple of the roads were horrible. Lots of potholes, trucks galore, some really nasty drivers. Getting out of Harare was a mission impossible, but we actually managed and it went quite well thanks to Graham. And it's been, getting into this place is like immediate de-stress zone. It's just absolutely magnificent. Banana leaf trees as you enter, the sun shining magnificently. I tell you, it's just, it's worth a visit if you're coming. And staff exceptionally friendly, welcoming. There's a kitchen where you can prepare stuff. There's camping sites, there's tents where you can lodge. It's really a great setup. Really great setup.
So, what a day it's been. We are here at Ramelda Retreat Lodge and campsites, and it is right on Lake, and I think this is how you pronounce it, Matirikwe, which used to be known as Lake Kyle. Being here now with the sun just setted behind those gomos in the background, that mountain range. Wow, we have a fish eagle going off in the background, and this lake is so calm. Just really special to be here with John. Unfortunately, it's John's last night. Tomorrow morning he wakes up and has the arduous task of getting through Beitbridge border post, but I'm sure he'll be fine. He'll have Tapiwa with him. But it's been a blast, John. It's been a really good time, and I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and I know you have. We've had an adventurous experience. We've had wild encounters, some of which we will never forget. And I think that just makes these kinds of moments special. I'm going to stay here for another night after, explore the area, and just have an adventure.
Cheers, Jono.
But thank you for the adventure, bro.
Hey.
Looking forward to the next one, eh?
Travel safe, my man.
You too, brother. God bless you, man.
Cheers.
Be safe, man. Don't forget to take pictures and everything, man.
100%.
Okay, so I actually just wanted to show you something that might be useful to a lot of you out there. It might not be, but this is how I use the Garmin when I'm alone. In fact, on all my travels, this is pretty much how I use my Garmin, accessing the Tracks for Africa maps, which has absolutely been really spot on. But this is how to use it. I go where to, I go Tracks for Africa, I go all categories, and then I enter in search, and in this instance I'm going to the Great Zimbabwe Ruins. And then I type it in, and there it is there, Great Zimbabwe Ruins, and I click on that and it tells me 20 kilometers to go, and I hit go. It tries to find the satellites, and there you go, ready to rock and roll. But yeah, let's head to the dam wall at Lake Muturikwe, and then onto the Great Zimbabwe Ruins. Magic. I'm busy traveling to Lake Muturikwe's dam wall. Apparently it's accessible and it's quite something to see. And as I'm driving along here under what looks like the Miombo woodlands, all alone, I really feel the adventure begin to kick in. Now, as you guys know, traveling alone is not really my thing, and I'm really looking forward to this part of the journey. But as I drive along the Lake Muturikwe's shoreline, I just got to show you this. Let's get to the dam wall and have a look at this. What a road, and what an adventure. It is absolutely spectacular. The sheer size of it. 7.5 meters wide on the top, and it's 68 meters deep, the dam wall. And it is something to see. Have a look at this. What a sight, what an absolute sight.
The dam lake at the moment is 99% full. Very, very special place. A lot of wind, so I had to hold the cameras tight for fear of them blowing out of my hand. A lot of wind blowing through this gorge, and what a special place. Absolutely special. Really, really something to see. Let's get to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, that is the Great Zimbabwe Ruins.
Front of the camera is a guide called Miriam. So Miriam is going to take you around. I think we are going to take 1.5 to 2 hours together, but it all depends on our pace. If you are slow, you are going to take more time. If you are faster, you are going to take less. This is called Inner Perimeter Wall. It was a main gate, or their main gate, to link men and women who stayed that side. So there used to be a guard who monitored the movement of people. So everyone who wanted to go up there and see the king was supposed to book first.
The Great Zimbabwe Ruins is an engineering feat to visit. It is believed that the ruins served as a kingdom to the Gokomere culture, the ancestors of the modern Shona in Zimbabwe. The constructions of these immense stone walls started in the 11th century and was continued for over 300 years.
Gee, that's a thick base, eh?
Very thick. But at the great enclosure, you're going to see that it's more than this.
Really?
Some other areas is 5-6 meters wide at the base.
The structures are some of the oldest and largest in southern Africa and are the second oldest to the structures found in the Mapungubwe area found in South Africa. It is believed that this settlement was home to 18,000 people, and the Stone City spans an area of 7.2 kilometers.
So it's quite tricky walking down, but the king and his priests and nobles, they lived up on the hill in what looked like an impressive building like Fort Knox. I think if there ever were a war here, then the place to be would be up here for sure. And then subsequently, because the culture and tribe believed in polygamy, each king could have up to 200 wives. And what he did was he built an area of the eastern side of where we are now, down below in the valley. He built it for his queen and subsequent princesses and subsequent queens, and it's that's where we're heading to now. But I tell you, this has been an eye-opener for me as I walk through these magnificent structures built by hand. This must have been really hard work, and there's a whole process as to how it's believed they built these or created these near perfect rectangular rock blocks. And they would go and put water on the granite koppies or smooth surfaces, heat it up with fire, put water on, and it would crack or explode. And if you know granite, that's what it does when you change the temperatures fairly rapidly. And they would peel off the layers and then create these blocks. And old Miriam's quite fast, but I got a bit of a sore knee here and I'm trying to keep up with her. But wow, do yourselves a favor, you come to Zimbabwe, get to Masvingo and get to the great Zimbabwe ruins. You won't be disappointed. It is insane, absolutely insane. A piece of history from long ago, and you walk on the footpaths of kings, soldiers, priests, wise men, and followers. It's just something special. It really is. What a privilege to be doing this. A big thanks to Miriam. She's been an absolute legend, and she's like a rock rabbit. Well, I thought those walls up there on that kopje was something else. This is absolutely design and profession and precision. I mean, look at these rocks, look at the gaps of these rocks. I mean, just think about what's going on here 800 years ago. Look at this. I find that truly, truly amazing. The craftsmanship, how each block fits together without any mortar. Nothing. I mean, look at this.
Wow. Quite amazing right inside. Look at the parallel passage. We have double walling. So the parallel passage was used by men. Right at the end, they could circumcise boys. Right inside, the queen was supposed to educate girls on morals and values. Right? Cool. So we are going to start off with the parallel passage.
There's cool air coming out of there, eh?
Mm-hmm. It's like at the end.
So you can't see it.
You can see light at the end.
I don't know when the last time Miriam bent down there was. But Miriam, there is light down there.
Yeah.
That's about a 6-meter base.
11 meters going up.
11 meters going up.
Put your hand, you can actually I would like to invite you all to come to Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site and see things on your own. It's just amazing. You won't believe that, but Ryan has seen it all, and you need to ask him wherever he is. Thank you.
That was pretty awesome, if I'm very honest with you. It cost me $16 to enter, 6 of which goes to the tour guide. You don't have to go with a tour guide, so you can just pay the flat $10 rate to enter in as a South African tourist. I'm so glad I did this, and so nice to learn a bit of history about the Bantu people and how they built this incredible structure, really. But anyways, I think let's get back to Ramelda Retreat. So I just got back from what was a really great day. The road from Ramelda Retreat to the Great Zimbabwe Ruins takes about an hour and a half to do, and such a pleasure to come back to a place like Ramelda Retreat and just relax in what has to be luxury when compared to what we've been through and what we've been doing the last couple of days. Ramelda Retreat has got 6 luxury tents, and there's 2 ways you can do it. You can either book out the whole 6 luxury tents or half, and I believe 3 luxury tents is $180 a day. They also have 3 really nice looking, clean, well gardened and manicured grass campsites, and those have a communal ablution facility. Each campsite comes with a braai, and you've got a nice little lapa area that you can sit under and enjoy the evening. What's also quite surprising is I found for $70 a night there's a 2-roomed, 2-bathroomed, both of which are en suite, for $70 a night, and that's a cottage up at the top. And I tell you what, the views, doesn't matter which way you look from this lodge, it's absolutely stunning. Look, I've enjoyed myself here at Ramelda Retreat. I think it makes a great stop if you are going to the Great Zimbabwe Ruins. If you're traveling up to Harare, then definitely worth a stop, especially for 2 nights. And if you're a big time person into fishing, then why not? Bass fishing here apparently is excellent. And if you're looking to get away for some serenity, peace and quiet, clear the mind, and have a couple of options to do great activities around the lake, then this is an absolute fantastic spot and a gem to stay over. Zimbabwe, you gotta love it, and I'm having a really fantastic time meeting good people and seeing new places. Tomorrow I wake up and I begin to make the trip to Matopus, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's going to be excellent with the granite koppies there that make really stunning silhouettes within the sky, and structurally amazing to just look at. Let's see what happens tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
It's quite a long drive, I believe. But yeah, now I'm going to enjoy my cup of coffee, feeling a bit tired from a long day's driving and activities, and watch the sun as it begins to set over what has to be one of the most impressive lakes I've seen. Cheers.
Thank you to my Patreons. Sign up and help me get out on the next adventure. Link in the description below. Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode.
Come down from Bulawayo all the way here. We've turned left.
I'm Ryan Crocker, and this is 4x4 Ventures. Till the next one, stay safe, keep trucking, and I'll see you out there. Cheers. This adventure supported by Lacey, Indiflate, Cross Country Insurance, brought to you by the financial consultants NetSure. This adventure supported by Lacey, Indiflate, and Cross Country Insurance, brought to you by the financial consultants NetSure.
Welcome to another exciting series of 4x4 Ventures.
Welcome to Zimbabwe.
We're here in the beautiful Matopus Valley and hills where granite rocks balance like no other. Once thought to be a playground for the giants. In this three-part series, we visit not one, but 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Matopus Hills being one of them. Join me as I take you on what surely is an epic adventure. I hope you enjoy this series. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and let's get into it.
Welcome to Sinamatela.
We've just come off of the cut line. tomorrow morning we wake up at 3 o'clock and we meet up at Midrand's Shell Garage Station. I'm very happy to announce I'm traveling with my mate John and Bruce as we make our way through Beitbridge border post and then into Zimbabwe. So stay tuned, it's going to be an epic one. So, Zimbabwe. Look, the last time I went through Zimbabwe, I think I got away with it easy. The border post had just opened up, so everything was still fresh, and Zimbabwe was encouraging tourists to enter their country. On this one, it's a little bit different, and I'm going to explain to you what you need to get. And I visited my local outdoor warehouse, thanks to them. They come with a Zimbabwe pack. Now, one thing to remember, that because this is a bakkie, or considered a ute to you Aussies, the thing you need to know is that because of that, things change slightly. It's not considered a passenger vehicle, it's considered a commercial vehicle. So you get red tape. Now this tape needs to be ISO 900, and it needs to extend the red diamond patterned tape. It needs to extend the full length of the back or tailgate of your bakkie or ute. All this really does is just allow for high visibility out on the narrow roads in Zimbabwe. So I've done that. You also get a pack. I've obviously gone and used the white ISO 900 grade diamond patterned reflector tape, which has been fitted to the front on the left and right hand side of the vehicle. So yeah, done. This you need to do. You'll pick up a fine if you don't. Another thing you need to travel with is not one, but two breakdown triangles. You need two. They come in a pack of two, and yeah, for the front and the rear of the vehicle, I would imagine. So carry that. Another big thing that you need to carry is a high visibility jacket. So I got that. This is the Trail Boss jacket. And also from Outdoor Warehouse, it all comes as a pack inside the store. So if you are doing Zimbabwe, head on over, pick up a high visibility jacket. And the last but final thing is, I used to carry a fire extinguisher in the car, but subsequently I found out it's too small. So when entering Zimbabwe, they only look at a 1.5 kilogram and up fire extinguisher, so I've had to upgrade and get a bigger one. Something to also remember is that they are very persistent on checking your green light levels. So if the fire extinguisher is at a performable level, and its service date. So make sure you get your fire extinguishers serviced. But yeah, the bigger 1.5 kilogram and brand new. So I'm not really too worried about the serviceable dates on it, to be quite honest. I think we've done and extended the rules in application for traveling to Zimbabwe. Yeah, look, we're really excited. We're entering Beitbridge. I'm a little bit nervous about Beitbridge. I just know that there's been a couple of issues there, but I've still got so much to pack. So let's get to it. We are on our way to Zimbabwe. I'm just meeting up with Bruce and John at the Midrand Ultra Shell, and the time now is 5 minutes to 3 in the morning. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic trip, and I'm really excited. So stay tuned, join us on this journey as we head for Beitbridge border post. Now, something to think about, and it makes it a little bit easier. If you can, try and organize a handler. It's said to reduce your time at the Beitbridge border post by about an hour and a half. So
that's anything to go by and you know anything about Bight Bridge, then as far as I'm concerned, any time savings is something well worth looking forward to. It's a bit of a drive, and I'm hoping that we'll be there roughly at 8:30 in the morning, but at this stage none of that even matters. Let's enjoy the adventure and let's get to Zimbabwe.
My adventure to Zimbabwe in this first part sees us driving the 975 kilometers from Johannesburg to Gweru in Zimbabwe, where we will be stopping for one night on our way to the UNESCO heritage site that is the Mana Pools National Park. Leaving early, we are greeted by the cold as Southern Africa enters the beginning stages of its winter. This trip is going to be a special one. But first, we have to cross the Bight Bridge border post. And having done this in the past, I'm a bit hesitant. If traveling early, then stop often, grab some air and enjoy a couple of cups of good, strong coffee. This is a great adventure, and it is always fantastic to see just how beautiful South Africa is. We really do live in a beautiful country for sure. John, Bruce and myself are excited for this one and have been for a while. And as we get through the highlands, we make a plan to get some fuel at the fuel stop just before the town of Messina, as we're not too sure on the availability of good quality fuel in Zimbabwe.
Jonah, how's the trip been, bro? No, pretty amazing, eh? Getting out here has been pretty amazing. I've got to be honest with you. It feels pretty special to be out here, hey? Have a look at this car. Have a look at this guy here. Most people our age will never get this opportunity. Most are settled down with family and kids and everything else. So to go on a trip, proper overlanding trip like this, I think is, yeah, I think a 1 in a million, you know.
We've just filled up at the Sasol petrol station just before Messina. We're now driving through Messina, and yeah, I see that they've got quite a few roadworks going on. I think the main route that goes through to Bight Bridge has been deviated for repairs or maybe upgrades, and we have had to go through the town. And obviously these town roads are not built for the trucks, so they're not in the best of shape, if I'm honest. And we're 12 kilometers away from Bight Bridge, and yeah, almost there, hey, almost there. We're not even at the border post and we've gone through 4 stops. So yeah, Bight Bridge is not easy going, by no means. It's actually quite scary, to be quite honest, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a lot of guys that swarm you. Be courteous as you can be, and yeah, drive with determination. Drive with determination. And yeah, just be polite and courteous to the actual officials. They are dressed in the right attire, and
yeah, but it's a process. I mean, we're not even at the border post yet. So I see our handler is here, Tepiwa. So I'm going to put all of the information down below, and hopefully he can help you out. Tepiwa, how are you, my man? Hey man, thanks so much for your help, bro. Yeah, 100%, dude. Thanks for your help, chomp. So I just met Tepiwa. Lekker ook, very friendly, eh? A big thank you to Tepiwa. I'm going to leave his details down below. Guys, if you are coming through Beitbridge, I would only suggest you use Tepiwa. Really, it took us a while. I'm not gonna kid around with that. Look, Beitbridge is going through some construction, and I believe they're hoping that it will all be finished December. So I think it'll be amazing. I think it'll be an amazing port of entry into Zimbabwe. But at the moment, as it currently stands, there's a lot of construction. There are a lot of extra people around the area that are always trying to assist you. If you're a first-time visitor to Zimbabwe through the Beitbridge border post, at the moment, up until December 2022, yeah, it's a process. It's a process, and there's a lot of to and fro's. I'm just glad that we're through, and we are in Zimbabwe. We are in Zimbabwe finally. I'm truly overwhelmed, to be quite frank. I said it the last time, you know, Zimbabwe people are really friendly, really welcoming. They always want to have a discussion, they always want to chat, and it's just, yeah, it's just phenomenal to be so well received. It's really quite something. So yeah, next stop, the Lion and Elephant. Hopefully we can get something to eat, drink, and maybe just wake up a little bit. We're all feeling a little bit tired. We left at 3 in the morning. It's now 1 minute past 12, and I would say allocate an hour and a half to get through the border post at the moment.
Entering Zimbabwe through Beitbridge, I'm truly overwhelmed. It is always a special thing when entering another African country. There are some great roads in the first stretch, and it is always encouraging to see some new development as roads are under construction. Arriving at the Lion and Elephant Hotel, we make a quick stop to grab some grub. This is a great stopover for anyone not wanting to make the massive push to Gweru. We get back on the road as time is moving.
So we just stopped off at the Lion and Elephant Hotel. Just popped in, had a nice toasted sami, and had a Coke in a glass bottle.
Alright, okay, come through.
The last time I had a Coke in a glass bottle in Zimbabwe, and believe me when I say it's a different and better tasting Coke, was in 1999. Which is a long time ago, and yeah, just so many memories. But I must tell you, we're driving on a road now, and we're heading for Imwanezi town, and the road is phenomenal. It's the flattest road I've driven on in a very long time. It's a new road, and oh man, it's just absolutely first class.
Trip out here has been actually fine. The roads have been absolutely great. Up to the Beitbridge border was actually amazing, and then past that's been great. Lion and Elephant Sands has been really good. No, Elephant what? Hotel, there you go. It was really nice. I think the sandwich there and that stop was good. I might actually stay there on the way back home, but yeah, no complaints. A couple of cattle and donkeys are on the way, which make me a bit nervous, but apart from that, we're looking good.
It's been awesome, eh? It's been a little bit of a trip down memory lane, and I'm actually quite surprised at how good the roads are. Look, there's some bad sections that they're working on, but generally all the kids are waving, people are waving at us. Things are looking a little bit run down, but still a pleasant surprise, I think.
Overlanding Zimbabwe. We are here by the Rundu River, and we've just stopped off just to tighten things and get things nice and organized, and what a drive it's been. I tell you guys, with these granite koppies here, these small narrow roads onto big roads, onto gravel, trucks, plenty of trucks. It's been thus far a very special trip for me, and awesome to be doing it with good mates John and Bruce, having a really great time. We stopped at the Lion and Elephant Hotel, and I tell you, I don't know why, but I think it's like this rural rawness that just adds to the spirit of adventure. And yeah, I find myself getting really deep and romantic. I think it's absolutely fantastic. We've still got quite a way to go though, and we'll probably be pulling in at about 6:30 to Gweru, where we stay at Antelope Park. I cannot wait to get around the fire with these two legends. Let's get a crack on.
You're feeling romantic. I'm getting worried. I need a lock for my
Hey,
friends.
you must see Bruce's smile when I say romantic. My man, he's loving it. We're driving along. We've moved off of the Great Tar road that's been recently built, and we're now on, one of the older roads of Zimbabwe. And to be very honest with you, I'm quite okay with it. It just feels, or adds more to the adventure. I tell you, it really is. The bush is super green. We're driving through Mopani forests, 3 times as high, 4 times as high as a vehicle. The skies are blue, and the cumulonimbus clouds are building. And I tell you, the mood or the atmosphere in the Ranger is just one of jubilation. It is absolutely fantastic. There's this rural charm to doing roads like this. And it is the spirit, I think, of adventure. It doesn't matter the road condition. We're driving 80 k's an hour, and there's lots of trucks on the road, but all of that doesn't matter. The potholes, none of it matters. You are just in awe of this painting, this moving painting, and that's what it feels like for me. I know it sounds like it's over the top, but it really isn't. It really isn't. The sun is now turning to a golden color. There's massive koppies and granite rocky outcrops in the distance, beautiful silhouettes. Yeah, I just love it. I really do. And it means a lot to me, to be able to do something like this with good mates. They're having a blast. It's just special. I can't, you'll know what I'm talking about if and when you do this. And so far, I see absolutely no reason why you shouldn't.
The journey was going great, and then we hit our first really bad section of road. Speeds drop right down, as this section of road owns both the vehicles and the drivers, and at this stage it has been a long day on the road, and I am feeling it.
Woo! tell you, from 3 o'clock to now 5:30 in the afternoon, the sun has just started to dip below the horizon line. We have 95 kilometers to go, and I'll tell you, this has probably been one of the best drives I've done.
We need to find a cut line and just hit the cut line.
One of the best drives I've done. However, we've just come across a road that's totally fractured, and as a result, man, there's plenty potholes, and it slowed us.
What do you think, Ryan?
It slowed us right down. Yeah, I think a cut line could do even better than this, sure, slow going now, man. So we've just stopped and we've decided to heighten spirits. We've been driving a really bad road. It was going to happen, and the sun is setting and we've got 90 odd kilometers to go, but still having fun and making the most of it. Wow, this has really turned in to quite a trip, actually. We've been on the road since 3 a.m. this morning, and it's 7:09 now. Slow going, very slow going, maximum concentration, just because the road that we're driving is non-existent, and there's plenty potholes. So thank goodness for the spotlights, because that way I can see the shadows, and yeah, it's hard going, really hard going. We've got quite a way to go. We've got 75 kilometers, and it's just really slow progress. We're 25 kilometers. We're at the Flamingo toll gate, and this is toll gate number 3. And for all of those of you that are planning your travels from Johannesburg to Gweru, just note that it's a long drive. It's a very long drive, and there are a couple of roads that are in a very bad way. The toll gates, here's something you need to know. The toll gates cost 30 Rand per vehicle, so we're taking turns in paying the toll gate, and we're obviously paying, there's 3 of us, so we're paying 90 Rand, and then they never have 10 Rand change. So yeah, use it, don't use it, but that's the going rate in rands, and they do accept rands and they do accept dollars. I think we're going to set up and go to bed, honestly.
Good morning, and we're here. We're at the Antelope and Lion Park, just outside of Gweru, about 14 kilometers on a dirt road heading towards Bulawayo. Now the thing is, we got in at about 7:30 last night, and we were all very tired, and we pulled in to a very cold Gweru. In fact, so cold that we're a little underprepared. But we've woken up this morning, and I suppose that's one of the nice things when you arrive at a place in the dark, although not favorable, is that when you wake up in the morning you have the excitement of seeing exactly where you are. And yeah, Antelope Park is in a really beautiful part on a really nice river. You got the white-faced teal singing in the background. You got cattle egrets feeding in the grass. There's a lot of dew, a lot of mist, and yeah, just really happy to be here. The Antelope Park has got lions not too far, so we had lion the whole night going off, and I think they're in compounds or fenced off areas, and that sounds like there's quite a few lion.
Thanks to everyone at Antelope Park last night for easing our transition into the campsite. They were fully booked, so the guys had to shuffle and make a plan for us. We're staying at the Impala campsite. We had no fire, no firewood. It was a long day's driving yesterday, so pretty understandable, right? And the guys here, the staff, absolutely phenomenal. Within 10 minutes we had wood, we had a fire sorted out, and we could sit down to having a nice cold refreshment. What a nice morning, very frigid. I didn't sleep too well, if I'm honest. But yeah, I think time for a good cup of strong coffee. Oh, and I forgot my coffee at home. That's the one thing on this trip I've forgotten, is my hammer down coffee. Sure. What a disappointment, eh? Damn it. Anyways, today we head to Mana Pools. It's a 7.5 hour drive. We've got to get to Kwekwe, Chugutu, Chinoi, from Chinoi to Mana Pools. And I think Chinoi is the last stop for us to fill up on fuel. Let's make that cup of coffee. And thanks again to everyone last night for helping out at the Antelope Park. It is a little bit different. It's not quite what I expected. It's a beautiful place, but it's you know, in the higher tiered star ratings, I reckon. It's not a bush campsite, that's for sure. And I had something else in my mind, but you know, for a night's sleepover, it's fantastic, you know. But pre-book, and they've got a really nice buffet that happens at night time, only available to those people that pre-book. So don't do what I did, pre-book Antelope Park if you come, and I suggest you do, because it's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Hey, look at this. I'm the salami.
We're overruling you now?
Yeah, I see that. No way, you guys are like twins, bro.
It's really awesome. You know, we just pulled into the Pick and Pay. We found it fairly easy, but they don't have coffee. So what was really fantastic is, as we pulled up, these two gents pulled in, and they were like, "Hey man, we follow your show, and you know, we've always wanted to meet you, and yeah, just absolutely fantastic legends, real good people." Zimbabwe, you guys are absolutely so welcoming, man, so welcoming. We had school kids yesterday waving at us and all happy. Oh, it's just really nice to see. It's so refreshing.
This part of the trip, and leaving Gweru a little bit later than we would have liked to, ends up seeing us make this 554 kilometer trip in just over 8.5 hours. Another long day on the road, but as always, when adventuring, enjoy your journey. Tracks for Africa on the garment does a great job at showing direction. but has a bit of a hard time judging arrival times on account of the roads in certain areas.
We've just pulled up and there's these two airplanes that are behind us, and you just to think that those two airplanes were once airborne and they're now here. I don't know, I think we're just outside of the town of Chigutu. So if you know this spot, leave a comment. So we just pulled up, stopped and took some photos and got to meet a nice friendly family that actually live in amongst the airplanes, which is pretty surreal. The sun is coming up the skies, the cumulonimbus clouds are building up. It looks like there's a bit of water in them. So yeah, I'm sure we might be in for a rainy stay at Mana Pools. I think we've got about 280 odd kilometers to go, and it's about 12:30 now. So let's get back on the road. Okay, so we are here at Chinwe, and we've got about 128 kilometers to go, I think thereabouts, until we get to the main Mana Pools reception gate. It's either 158 or 190 odd. I stand to be corrected, but some things you need to know. So Zimbabwe has fuel at pretty much every petrol station. They've even got privately owned petrol stations. If they don't have diesel, let's say your engine, like what's just happened to us now, you can pull into a private petrol station and get your diesel there. Here petrol is called blend. Look, most petrol stations take dollars. Your major branded petrol stations will take rands. So just bear that in mind, and that's US dollars. So I just filled up the tank and it was 110 US dollars. So not badly priced. It's a little bit more expensive than South Africa, but then again, with diesel prices going up, much of a muchness. But yeah, let's get to Mana Pools.
From Chinwe to Mana Pools is a journey I would advise anyone to take very easy and travel slow. Don't be in a rush. This is a section of journey that is plagued by roads that just can't cope with the amount of traffic and the size of the trucks. It is a narrow road and is one that will demand your full attention, as this turn truck reveals. Arriving at the top of the escarpment, we are in awe of what lies ahead of us. In the distance, we see the blue haze of the mighty Zambezi River. And this is just one of those moments that I will never forget.
Okay, so we are in Jono's car and I made a big boo-boo. The big boo-boo is if you come to Mana Pools, and I knew this, but I think just the excitement of everything is up at the top of the plateau. So even before you start to drive down, you've got to get your entry gate permit. And I completely forgot the excitement of viewing and seeing and filming
and radioing and all of the above. I forgot. So shame old Jono has said, I'll drive you up there and let's get this bloomin' permit. So yeah, so we're headed back up the escarpment, and hopefully we can get that permit. We're running late, as Jono mentioned. The sun is beginning to dip, but we'll use the drive in. It's going to take about an hour to get to Chitaki 2. We'll use that as our game drive. I'm just looking forward to a refreshment. Are you, Jono?
Yeah, can't wait.
Hey, a nice cold refreshment. I think we deserve it. If you guys don't know Jono, Jono used to be one of Fourways High School's best cricketer, and old boy now by some years. And Jono is actually a really magnificent surgeon with a very busy life, an extremely busy schedule, saving us our lives. And what a legend. But let's go get this permit.
Copy that. My little tires did it okay, but I don't want you to hit it at speed.
We are finally in Mana Pools. Now, to all of those of you who are coming to Mana Pools, and we're just crossing an amazing little bridge. It's the first bridge of the trip. Just a word of caution and warning. We made a rookie mistake, and even though I knew, I think we were caught up in the excitement of everything, the drive, communicating via radio, filming, photographs, the works. Guys, as you're coming down the plateau, on the left hand side there's a sign that says Zimpark's entry. You've got to stop there. Now it's tricky, you've got to slow down when you're going down the escarpment, because you'll miss it like we did, and it completely lapsed my mind. But we got down to the gate and the guy John said you got to go back up. So we met Augustine. Thank you, Augustine, for making a plan. As we got there, the doors were closed. They close at 5 p.m. The time now is 6 minutes past 6. The sun is dancing on the very top of the horizon line, and we are driving in the dark on a Mana Pools road, and I've just seen elephant feces. We are officially in Mana Pools. We just crossed through the second gate, and we are going through to Chitaki number 2, campsite number 2. And yeah, we're just driving really slowly, 25 kilometers an hour. We've arrived really at the wrong time. Gee whiskers, the road has just absolutely got quite gnarly. And it's just a pity that this is all at night time. Hey, it's going to be amazing in the morning. The road, we've just turned off of the main road, and if I tell you guys, this is absolutely next level, absolutely next level. I mean, it's pitch black, and we're driving this now 2-spoor with, gee whiskers, yeah, it's got fairly gnarly. So I'm just taking it really slowly and easy, and I can hear my suspension creaking.
Arriving at any campsite and in the dark, our priority becomes one of setting up camp. In the wild, my advice would be to start a fire first with ample wood. Get your meat out and set it under the engine hood of your vehicle to defrost. Set up your tent, pull out the chair and have a cold beverage. And after another hard day's drive, we deserve more than one. Our attention quickly becomes about cooking dinner as we hear lions very close to camp.
This is a nice bridge. We got into camp and we were nervous, man. I'm not gonna lie, it's wild. It's wild, wild. And everyone's warned us at the Zim Park's entry gate, where you get your permit to come into the gate. They mentioned about the lions. They're doing a scientific study, and he told us their recent trackings have said there's a super pride of 22 lions, 2 males, and they're in the area at the moment at Chitaki Springs. And we got to the first gate, and John said the same thing, or near enough the same thing. And then at the second gate, the ladies there, they said the same thing. I don't know if it's a rehearsed speech or what, but I think it's an awareness to any tourists entering this area, that just how wild it is and what to expect. And we can hear them now. It's wild, man. But yeah, man, I can't wait to see this place tomorrow. We don't know what we in for. We don't know where exactly we camped. And yeah, hopefully nice surprises tomorrow. But I'll see you guys then. I hope you're enjoying it. Cheers. Waking up, we have our first wild encounters as elephant meander up and down the Chitaki River. This simply is something truly magic as we sit on the high banks and soak it all in. Having observed these elephants, it becomes very clear that we are visitors in their territory. The elephants of Chitaki, and I would say the Mana Pools area, are not used to the smell and noises us mere mortals make. So, take every precaution to respect their space and don't by any means get too close. Enjoy this privilege from a distance and stay as close to your camp as possible. I cannot emphasize this enough. Chitaki is a very wild place to be enjoyed from your campsite.
what a day it's been. An absolutely real excitement when we woke up this morning. We arrived 7:30 last night, and being so dark, we didn't know where we were exactly. We knew we were on the Chitaki River, which is right in front of us. It looks like Chitaki and Mana pools in general, in fact maybe the whole country, has had really good rainy season. Now we're supposed to be in Chitaki number 2, and unfortunately we just couldn't find it last night at 7. So Chitaki 1 and Chitaki 3 are open, and we've decided to pull in to Chitaki 1. And it's fantastic because we're underneath a really massive tree. I don't quite know what tree it is, but yeah, a lot of shade. We've got solar panels out, trying to recharge the car batteries and lithium batteries, and we're just enjoying. Now you got to remember that we're actually in the wild. We're in the wild. I mean, we have elephant 80 meters upstream drinking water from what looks like a really deep reservoir of water. We walked off the bank and we were so lucky. I tell you how lucky we were. Another 10 centimeters and we could have been in really big problems. We came across a little puff adder. What we think is a puff adder could be an egg eater because it's just so violent, but it's not striking with an open mouth. And I tell you guys, we were that far away from this little guy, and the only reason we saw it was because he was making a lot of noise. He's going shh, shh, expanding and contracting. And yeah, shame. Bruce got a bit of a fright. He walked down with no shoes on. Very lucky. So yeah, just be very cautious when you're out in a place like this. It's very wild. We had 3 prides of lion going off. They didn't come anywhere near camp. We had a hyena, I reckon, at about 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning, walked right past the ranger and the landy, and I think it's just curious having a look. We also had elephant, what sounded like elephant, fairly close to where we're camped at campsite 1, but it is absolutely stunning. We've come when the bush is at its best, all nice and green, so you know, absolutely fantastic. But the plans today are, Jonah is just preparing his Oz Trail shower cubicle, and he's about to have a shower. I'm just relaxing, having a nice cold refreshment and enjoying the sounds of the wild. It is magnificent, and I tell you, at this point of the trip, it's all about unwinding and enjoying, but very wild, very wild. And the sun is up, so Flexo Power solar panels are out, and just enjoying. Let's see how the day goes. Right, so we're here at Chitaki campsite number 1, and it's been an absolutely fantastic day, but now it's time for a shower, the all-important shower. And I'm happy to say that as of recently, I now have a fully plumbed in unit. I've got a 42-litre tank. A big thank you to Lucky from Kalahari Alu Canopies. Mate, thank you so much for your support in the custom fabrication of this tank. It is absolutely great quality, and for those of you interested, I'll leave his link down below. Reach out and give him a shout for your custom steel work or aluminium work. A big shout out to Nelius and gang over at 4x4 Mega World Stratham Park, guys. They plumbed in this unit, so basically all the hoses, fittings, pipings, all of that sort of stuff, and they fitted the water pump and the geyser. So a big thanks to you guys, and I'm absolutely excited to announce that the Wild Dog Wild Privacy shower cubicle is now open and ready for business. And I really like the fact that you can rotate this shower cubicle to open on whichever side you want it to. So if you have a fancy or preference for your driver door, passenger door, whichever way, you can turn it around and detach the whole unit and swing it around to suit you wherever you want it to be open. Guys, I cannot tell you
what having plumbed in water actually means to someone overlanding. It is a massive game changer, and just happy that the Smart Train canopy has enough space, and more than enough space, to do all the plumbing and everything like that. So I don't have a gravity feed system. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I do, however, have a really nice bidet shower nozzle attached to a really high pressured hose that clamps up, and it's about 2.5 meters long, so more than enough to be able to stretch it into the shower. Guys, this is exciting news for me, and I cannot tell you how happy I am to finally have water plumbed in. But yeah, let's get this shower on the go and let's see if it all works. Fingers crossed. So happy to report that the first proper wild shower is all good. Very successful, very happy. I think a cold refreshment after this. See them. Shower, water, pressure, all good.
Yeah. No. It helps to freeze.
That's the smart space, eh?
But this is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
It comes with this case.
Yeah. So the nice thing is, at the moment we're just using the frying pan. There's a whole bunch of bowls that they're square like this, and they go in on each other, and so you save space, packing space, and they're non-stick, so you can literally cook without cooking oil. I don't use them often enough because I'm not a cook. I just am a braai type of fella. But for breakfast, major.
You know, I've been battling to find a decent pot set that can actually pack away like this, because you've always got that handle that sort of takes up so much space.
Yeah. Very familiar.
And I know that I'm going to end up having to buy a set of these, because my wife, if she sees them, she's going to force me to buy a set.
Absolutely.
Which is nothing wrong, because if my wife forces me to buy camping stuff, then I can get away with spending money on toys.
Especially if she's doing the cooking, then you're all good, my man.
Just.
Is Almarie a cook?
She is a cook.
There you
and
go.
so is my daughters. So they love to cook.
But I'll be honest with you, it's not a cheap set of pans, but for space saving, I don't think you get better, hey?
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's a couple out there on the market, but I've chosen Smart Space just because
it's pretty solid, eh?
It's reliable, man. It's really nice. And we really sound like salesmen at the moment.
Yeah, we actually do. So if you buy 2 of these, you will get
So one of the amazing things with the Smart Space cookware, and I know it's a bit of a hard push, but I just wanted to show you just how easy it is to clean. Got normal toilet roll, and we like to keep this 2-ply stuff very nice and safe. But check this out, the fire's still going. You take the 2-ply, and I mean, tell me, is that not impressive? A non-stick pan, and you're literally done with like one little maneuver. I think that's brilliant. It saves a lot of time, and you don't always have to wash things up, which is something I really look forward to not doing. But yeah, time to chow.
What's this thing you got going on there?
So this is called a Helios Nemo, and it's a foot pump shower stroke washer stroke whatever you want, and it folds up into less size than a soccer ball, to be quite honest with you, and I can't tell you how impressed I am with it. Stick it in the sun. It has a benefit of being black, and it absorbs the heat and has a bit of solar absorption and heats the water up. And I had a really hot shower today. The nice thing is it's 22 liters, and I had about a 10-liter shower, and I've got a bit of water left over to do the dishes. And it's like having a mobile tap. You can take it wherever you are. You don't need to be attached to a car or to
a kind of fixed unit or have ablutions close by, he can just do the dishes on a standard table.
Why are you doing the dishes?
My man, I tell you, it's been tough. This has been a tough trip. This is my 3rd day in a row doing dishes and it's hurting me now.
Oh man, you full of shit.
I'm just kidding. No, honestly, you guys are trying to get me to settle down, but I'm just so keen on trying my equipment out and making sure that everything is good to go. So when I start my own touring company, we know I'm on the money here, man. We know I've got it down pat.
Yeah. How far do you think those lions are?
Yeah, probably about 800 meters, kilometer away. They can sneak up on you pretty quickly though, I must say. A little bit nerve-wracking sitting out here. Gotta watch your back the whole time. I mean, if you look down there, it's just bush. Bruce will be taken first at least.
I'm glad that Jono's sitting next to the river because I think they're going to come over the dry riverbed and they'll take him first. And I am really convinced that I can run faster than you, Ryan.
How far do you think those lions are?
I would say within a kilometer.
And how many prides?
There's actually, I think it's one pride, but I think they're actually on the hunt. And there's one sort of at my 12 o'clock, another one at 10, and then another one probably at 7 o'clock. So I think they're really prowling and on the hunt, which is a bit nerve-wracking.
What's the escape plan?
As quick as possible into the rooftop tent. And make sure that you're quicker than Ryan and John.
Hey, well, then I run very fast.
So, you know, we keep going on about wild, and this really is wild. As old Bruce and Jono mentioned, we have lions, we reckon the closest being maybe 800 meters to a kilometer away. Elephant off in the distance, I don't know. And they're trumpeting because the lion is in the area. So yeah, we've just bulked up the fire. Can you hear that? Listen. Now if that doesn't get the heart going, then I don't know what does. So yeah, we've packed everything away, and as Bruce mentioned, we've got quick exit strategies. If they come, they're going to have a couple of nice steaks and a really awesome Greek salad that old Jono brought from Woolworths, which we've got to put down tonight. Jono cheated. It's okay, Jono. We love a good Woolworths Greek salad. But yeah, an exciting time, and what an adventure, hey? Absolutely fantastic. We are a bit nervous though, but nothing a couple of cold refreshments can't sort out. Yeah, I reckon that's closer.
You two just sit there. Yeah.
Our last morning at Chitaki Campsite 1, and before we head out to Nyamepi Campsite, we go on our first adventure-filled game drive. With the bush being so thick, we are more prepared to enjoy the driving experiences than the wildlife sightings. And then, the vultures circling give us some encouragement. And true enough, we come around a corner and arrive to a special sighting of lion. Simply magic.
What a morning it's been. We packed up, we left a little bit late, we're not in a rush. We are in Mana Pools after all, and in the context of the wild, time really has no significance. Our aim today is to get to Nyamepi Campsite, where we'll be sleeping in campsite number 9 along the mighty Zambezi. How exciting does that sound? And how privileged we are to be able to travel in a place quite like this, wild. And I'll tell you what, we just came up to the spring source of Chitaki, where the water seeps through the ground and makes its appearance on the top and trickles all the way through to the campsites we were staying at 1 and 3. Campsite 2 is a little bit off the beaten track and away from the river source, but in the heart of the wild, and we actually believe that that's where we're hearing the lions from. Speaking of lions, we came across them this morning underneath this massive fig tree, and they darted up from the Chitaki Springs and made their way up what looks like a game trail. They're now laid up underneath a couple of trees, just trying to dodge that sun as it begins to get very, very warm. We're here now in the wild, the three of us enjoying having a really magic and fantastic time in the wild. And I think saying that all the time might sound a little bit mundane or repetitive, but yeah, the spirit is alive, eh? And I think that's what it's all about. The adventurous spirit, the overlanding camaraderie, and adventuring roads that literally disappear into the bush. It is the wet season and the bush is very thick, so you can't see more than 20 meters to your left or right. So coming across that line pride 15 to 20, absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the adventure. We're heading off to Nyamepi, campsite number 9. Let's get there.
A massive thank you to the show's patrons. Sign up and get involved with the channel. Link is in the description below. Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode.
An awesome track that leads us all the way down to the Zambezi. So first off, if you're wondering why I have a big bandage on my nose,
please like, share and subscribe. It helps this channel. I'm Ryan Crocker, and this is 4x4 Ventures. Stay safe, keep trucking, and I'll see you at the next one. Cheers. This adventure, supported by Lacey, Indiflate, and Cross Country Insurance, brought to you by the financial consultants NetSure.